ഹലോ 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 ഹലോ
Dr. Binu?
I can hear you, but there is some disturbance.
ഹലോ ഹലോ
Hello? Speaker one.
ഹലോ ഹലോ
Yes. Now you can hear me.
Hello, hello, hello,
Yes.
hello,
Yeah, I
hello,
can.
hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes, madam, I can hear.
So, welcome to the 3-day national webinar, PRAJWALA. Respected Chief Guest of the day, Dr. Binu Sakariya, Associate Professor of English, School of Humanities, Pondicherry University, Dr. Gopakumavi, University Librarian, Goa University, Dr. Sister Gisela George, Principal, Mercy College, Dr. Prasida G, Webinar Coordinator, faculty members, research scholars, and students. Good morning to you all. It gives me great pleasure welcoming you to PRAJWALA, National Webinar on Research Methodology, Research Ethics, Literary Theory and Praxis, organized by the Postgraduate Department of English and Center for Comparative Studies, Mercy College, Palakkad, to be held for 3 days beginning from today. This webinar has been designed keeping in mind the interests of researchers and student community to help them get initiated into the mechanics of research writing, identify and access information resources, and deliberate on the ethical guidelines to be followed in writing research papers, dissertations, and research theses. The webinar will also cover 3 major contemporary critical theories. We also have paper presentation sessions scheduled for today and tomorrow. Today, we have 2 keynote sessions focusing on research methodology and information resources and ethics in academic writing. We have been fortunate to have 2 experts in the field to handle the sessions, Dr. Binu Sakariya and Dr. Gopakumavi. Session 1, Research Methodology, Mechanics of Writing, will be handled by Dr. Binu Sakariya, Associate Professor of English, School of Humanities, Pondicherry University. Dr. Sakariya has teaching experience of 20 years as Professor of English and Research Guide. Dr. Sakariya has guided 5 PhD scholars and several MPhil scholars. He has been the coordinator of the postgraduate diploma program in professional communication in English, an add-on program offered by Pondicherry University from 2009 onwards. He has also been the coordinator of functional English program and distance education program for MA English. Dr. Sakariya is also member Board of Studies, Pondicherry University. He has to his credit numerous research publications regarding literature and language and communication in reputed journals and has also authored several books. It is indeed a privilege to have you with us today, sir. And on behalf of the Department of English and Research Center, I accord a warm welcome to you, sir. Let me also welcome to this webinar our dear principal, Dr. Sister Gisela, who has always supported and motivated us in all our endeavors. Hearty welcome, Sister. Let me also extend a warm welcome to all the participants, faculty members, research scholars, and students from colleges and universities, and the paper presenters. Let me take this opportunity to thank and acknowledge the webinar coordinators, Dr. Prasida G, Dr. Susina M. Alapat, Ms. Priyanka MC, Ms. Sonia Thomas, and Ms. Raki Now, let me call upon Dr. Binu Sakaria to give his keynote address. The topic of the keynote address is Research Methodology, Mechanics of Writing. Sir, please.
Thank you, madam, for those kind words introducing me. Respected Principal, Sister Dept George, faculty members, participants, students, ladies and gentlemen. I am indeed be a part of this on research methodology, literary theory, and praxis. I've heard a lot about the prestigious Mercy College, a college which has a very rich tradition of 60 years. We also had several students from Mercy College here in Palakkad University, and during their speaking assignment and all, they used to talk about the college in very glowing terms. And therefore, when the HOD and Dr. Prasida told me about this webinar, I readily agreed to be a part of it. So I'm really grateful to the principal and the organizers for this opportunity that I'm getting. Let me just share my PowerPoint with you and we can begin. I hope you're able to see the screen.
Example, call.
Can you see the screen, madam?
Proceed.
Okay, fine.
You may proceed, sir.
Yeah, I'll proceed. I would just like to share with you some thoughts, regarding writing, especially writing related to research. But then it can be applied to writing in general too. At the outset, just for a moment reflect on how we had actually learned this foreign language called English. Or better still, look at how we had acquired our own native language and compare this with how we had learned English. We can either look at our own experiences with regard to this, or we can also think about say an infant who is at an early stage of acquiring and using language. A child would have first heard the language that is being spoken in its home and home environments, and it would have picked words that it thought were important, especially to communicate with the others at home. And then gradually it would have also tried to articulate these words, trying to speak. So mostly, a small child would have started with listening to the language that is spoken at home, and then started speaking it. And by and large, it would have stopped there as far as language acquisition is concerned, because then at a later stage, especially in the school environment, it would have also started learning about the alphabet or the script, okay, learning to read, and then also learning to write. So mostly, as we know, the basic language skills listening, speaking, reading, and writing come in that particular order with regard to how a person would have picked the language, or is supposed to have picked the language. The natural way of acquiring the language would come in this particular order. Uh, if we think about how we had learned English, did we actually learn it in this particular order? Did we start with listening and then go on to speaking and then reading and writing? For most of us, I think it would not be in this order. We would have been introduced to uh, the English language at the school level, or maybe even at the college level. So we would have been introduced to this language in a formal learning environment. And most of that would also have dealt with only reading and writing. And even there, not in that particular order too sometimes. There would have been very little emphasis on listening and speaking. So, in the context of the four basic skills of language, LSRW, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, reading and writing are the skills that are often introduced and acquired in a formal manner, mostly in an educational institution. I think it is safe to assume that a person who joins a course in literature enjoys reading. She's usually someone who enjoys the company of books. And we know that much of our time is also spent in the midst of books. So the library is like our laboratory. And so reading is important to a literature person. Therefore, we need to take a look at reading a little bit before moving on to writing. We know that in our routine life, we are involved in various forms of reading, and these include but are not limited to serious academic reading, checking WhatsApp messages, glancing at newspaper and magazine headlines to know whether an article is worth reading or not, reading aloud in class or elsewhere, etc. All these activities and more make up reading. But from a cognitive point of view, Richard Day and Julian Bamford, in their book on extensive reading, they define very concisely reading as the construction of meaning from a printed or written message. It's a very brief and straightforward kind of a definition. An individual might have several reasons for reading, and this varies from reading an advertisement, a lecture note, an application form, a map, an academic calendar, to reading a legal document, the schedule of trains or flights, or the label on a processed food packet. The way we read each one of these is influenced by our purpose for reading. For example, reading the railway timetable to find a specific piece of information is entirely different from the careful attention paid to each word while we read a legal document. And so based on the purpose, we have four types of reading. We have skimming, where it deals with rapid reading in order to grasp the main points and understand the overall gist of the reading material. We have scanning, another rapid kind of reading, so as to find and locate a specific piece of information or data or idea. We have intensive reading, which is what normally we do with regard to academic texts, focused reading in order to obtain detailed information. And we also have extensive reading. And this is often for pleasure and also for trying to comprehend the overall meaning. So reading is undertaken so as to obtain something. It can be information, it can be facts, ideas, pleasure from the concerned material. And in short, this is the message that the writer has expressed. The term message is important. It's an important component in the communication process. it is something that is transmitted from the sender to the receiver. So the writer here is the encoder who has a message, which may be an idea, maybe an argument, which she wants to share. And for this, the message must be encoded. That means it is put into words. And once it is encoded, it becomes a text, and it is now available to the reader, who decodes the message, which enters his mind, and then communication occurs. We will look at this again a little later. But then this is a bit too simplistic and also problematic, because here it is assumed that the reader is more or less passive by nature and accepts the message in its entirety. But not all meaning in the text is understood by the reader in the manner that the writer intends. The meaning may be relative as far as individual readers are concerned. The individual reader cannot be insisted upon to see or to understand only that meaning which the writer highlights. Rather, the reader, is using several aspects related to his knowledge and experience also with regard to what he reads. And in this context, M.L. Tiku in his book gives another definition for reading. Teaching and Learning English, M.L. Tiku says that efficient reading is not just finding or gathering meaning from the printed page. It often lies in creating personal meanings, in interacting with the message on the page or the screen. Good readers arrive at their own best meanings by making use of the most effective and economical means, that is, those that demand minimal investment of time and energy to produce maximal gains. So, a reader brings into play his values, beliefs, knowledge, culture, ideologies, all of which play an important role in his understanding of a text. So the meaning of a text is not always something that exists within, waiting to be soaked up by the reader. Rather, the reader plays an active role in attempting to get the meaning out. The writer too has an important role to play here, as the text is what she has formulated. It is the message that she is attempting to communicate. What is important to note is that the reader, the writer, and the text, they are all integral constituents of the reading process, and each contributes towards the comprehension of meaning. Thus, reading is an active process that involves the reader, the writer, and meaning making. To put it in a generalized manner, if reading is our input, then the output, which is also often assessed, it is writing. Our reading is invariably linked to our construction of sentences and arguments in writing. And writing is an integral part of our life in the academic arena. It serves certain basic functions. Writing helps us to think. As we write, we put down on paper what we know. We see what we have written. We organize our ideas. It also helps us to identify the gaps in our knowledge, seek answers, and also to broaden our horizons. Writing also helps us to record what we read or what we observe. And often these help in serving as points of reference. Something that is of special interest to us as researchers. Writing also helps us to communicate. Writing as a mode of communication emphasizes on clarity. Even if it is a simple email message that we are sending, we are not present with the receiver to offer clarifications when he or she gets our message. And in that connection, we need to go back to communication and take a very quick look at the communication process. Human civilizations is it's based on relations between individuals in a society, and these relationships are kept intact through communication. So when you look at the communication process, you have the sender who has an idea, a sender has an idea and wants to share it. and then the sender encodes the idea. When you put the idea into a message that your receiver will understand, you're encoding it. You decide on the message form. Is it going to be through words or facial expressions or gestures? You decide on its length, the way it is organized, tone, style, all of which depend on what your idea or argument is, who your audience is, and also your style, context, and so on. And then the sender transmits the message. To physically transmit your message to your receiver, you select a communication channel, okay, either verbal or non-verbal, spoken or written, and also a medium. Is it going to be a telephone call? Is it going to be a letter, an email? Is it going to be face-to-face conversation? So this choice also depends on what your message is, your audience location, your need for speed, and also the formality that is required. Then, the receiver gets the message. For communication to happen, your receiver must first get the message. If you send a letter, your receiver has to read it before understanding it. If it's a telephone call, the person has to listen to it and then respond. Then the receiver decodes the message. So your receiver must decode, that is, absorb and understand what your message is. And the decoded message must be stored in the receiver's mind. If all goes well, then the receiver interprets your message correctly, assigning the same meaning to your words as you intended and responding in the desired manner. And then the receiver sends feedback. After decoding your message, the receiver responds in some way and signals that response to you. The feedback enables you to evaluate the effectiveness of your message. So if the receiver hasn't understood what you are trying to say or what you have written, you can tell that by the response and you can refine your message. This is just an illustration of that, okay, how it takes place. For communication to happen, there must be a source that generates the message, that's the sender. There is a message that is generated, okay, words, letters, dialogue, pictures. There is a channel that transmits the message through paper, through voice, through film, and then there is a receiver that gets the message and understands it. And especially here, with regard to the fifth phase and the sixth phase is what we, in writing need to be really careful about, because we want the person who reads what we have written to understand things the way we have, intended to put it across. And many a times that does not happen. We may mean something and the receiver understands it in an entirely different fashion. I just want to, bring to your attention 2-3 examples of this. They are known examples, okay. What you mean and what they really, understand. Mary and her lamb. From that nursery rhyme, Mary had a little lamb. If you were to tell someone that Mary had a little lamb, what does that sentence mean? You may get responses, especially people who know that nursery rhyme will immediately point to that and say it's line from that rhyme. People who may not have heard of that rhyme may also say that Mary had a little lamb. Mary was in possession of a little lamb. Anyway, and it is written here, Mary and her lamb. Suppose if it were to be, just communicated through words, a person might also think that you're talking about Mary and her lamb, L-A-M-P, instead of L-A-M-B. But there can be different ways in which that simple line is interpreted. Like Mary had a little lamb. What did we have for breakfast today? We have dosha or upma or chapati or whatever. So Mary had a little lamb. Mary ate, a little lamb. all by herself can also be, you know, a meaning. Then, you know, I have 3 children. Somebody else might have 2 kids. Mary had a little lamb. Mary could also mean the name of a sheep, okay, which whose young one is her lamb. So you can have different types of meanings. Of course, this is you know, a kind of a one-off statement, sentence in isolation without any other context and all given. But even then, you need to be very clear about what you are saying. And so there are a couple of ads which I want to just tell you. One is regarding this car called the Chevy Nova. I don't think this car is there in India. The company is there, Chevrolet. This was a car, it seems that a popular car, but when they tried to sell it in, I think, Spain or Latin American countries, the sales received very poor response, because it seems that the word Nova translates in those languages as no go. Okay, so who would want to buy a car that wouldn't go? Because you're buying a car because you want to go from one place to another quickly or comfortably. You have your reasons. So why would you buy a car that would not go? Okay, Chevy Nova. And one more quickly. This soft drink, again, I don't know whether it is there in India or not. It has a different name now, I think. It's called Dr. Pepper. Again, with regard to the sales of this particular soft drink, it was found that in certain parts of the United Kingdom, it had a very poor response, because the word pepper in those regions had, you know, or was slang for the word prostitute. So, you know, that people did not want to be seen, you know, having a drink with that kind of a name. So what we talk about, what we write, needs to be understood by the person at the other end the way we want it to be understood. Yeah, you can see this is the Chevy Nova. Okay, it definitely doesn't look like a car that wouldn't go. And then the picture of Mary and her lamb, a lamb that seems to be very endearing to her. And Pepper Cola is, after all, only a soft drink. So, you know, that clearly show how clarity is a key element as far as communication is concerned, and it is especially so with regard to writing. Once we send a written message, be it a letter, an email, a research paper, or a PhD dissertation, the chances of making modifications are extremely slim. In a book called Writing at University, the authors, they talk about 4 different types of writers. You have one, the diver. You know, as the name suggests, the diver is somebody who likes to, you know, take the plunge into a writing task as soon as possible. And not much, you know, a thought goes into the writing of this kind of a writer. Probably he or she just wants to finish the task and get away from writing as fast as possible. Then you have the patchwork writer, you know, a writer who may write different parts of a writing task in a haphazard manner, and, you know, may move around the various sections at a later stage, not very organized, you can say. Then you have the grand plan writer, somebody who does a lot of planning and a lot of research before committing to the written task. So this kind of a writer will not start writing until, you know, he or she has everything ready. But then do you, I mean, how much time do you spend for the actual writing? Okay, that question is definitely there with regard to this kind of a writer. And then one more, the architect writer, you know, somebody who likes to build a structure a mind map, a flow chart, something of that kind. A writer who would feel very comfortable in proceeding only if their writing is kind of organized around a visual kind of a structure. Now, it is not that all of us fall into one or more of these categories. We may write in different ways. We may write in one way for one type of written task, and we may write in another way for an entirely different type of task. And it will vary with regard to our requirements, our purpose, and so on. The way we write an assignment may not be the way we write a research paper. It may not be, which may not be the way we write a shopping list, and so on. Okay, it will vary. At least as far as I'm concerned, I've always found that my students, they write pretty flawlessly on their Facebook pages. But when I ask them to write something, there are errors and mistakes and so on and so forth. Probably one reason why students find formal writing difficult or challenging is because it is governed by a set of rules and regulations. There are guidelines which every writer is expected to follow, and it is necessary to operate within the boundaries of these. Now, permanency is an integral part of writing, and thereby, it is imperative that a lot of planning has to go into writing, and it is especially true of academic writing. So, writing is a skill that is required in many contexts throughout life, but academic writing is quite different from personal writing. It follows its own sets of rules and practices, where ideas are usually organized in a formal order. These ideas are supported by references from specific academic or even non-academic sources. Academic writing, in contrast to personal writing, is different because it deals with theories and causes of a given topic, and also as exploring alternative explanations for these theories or events. And academic writing follows a particular tone, which uses concise, formal, and objective language. It also adheres to traditional conventions of punctuation, grammar, and spelling. Academic writing is a very specific type of formal writing with its own rules and regulations, and these rules may vary based on different academic disciplines. But there are a few things that are common. In general, I think we can broadly identify two major aspects of academic writing with regard to what is expected from a researcher: the content and the language. So when you look at the content, you have you need to have a broad understanding of the field of study. Okay, in general, expressing your knowledge and understanding of that particular area, and in particular, revealing your knowledge, the strength of your reading with regard to your topic, and also showing how that topic is different. Okay, what is different or unique about your work? So specific knowledge of the topic, and also the novelty regarding that. How is it different? How is it unique? Then your arguments, building arguments that are based on facts and reasoning. No kind of abstract ideas, unless they are based on facts, they will be questioned as to how you have managed to write about them without adequate arguments that are based on facts and reasoning. And then critical thinking and analysis, showing your writing needs to show evidence of critical analysis, and that's also something that is very important. Then of course, the next thing regarding the language part of it, A formal style of writing is what would be, required in academic writing. Then adhering to the structure and conventions of that particular discipline. Okay, and we know about that, how this also can vary from discipline to discipline, but we know about the conventions that are followed in our field that needs to be expressed here. The vocabulary or the words and phrases that are used, the specialized terminology that is appropriate to that particular discipline, and also a proper mode of referencing, following the agreed principles of quoting and referencing. This also can vary from discipline to discipline, and sometimes even within the discipline we may have different types of referencing. Like, for example, as far as our field, English, is concerned, with regard to English literature, it is the MLA style which we have to follow. When it comes to language linguistics, it is the APA style that is accepted. So there can be variations there. We will not be able to go into each of these aspects of content and language in a detailed manner. I would just like to share with you some aspects concerning the use of language with regard to academic writing and research papers. Within the available time, I'll try to touch upon the structure of a paragraph, a bit of grammar, and also some factors that affect meaning. But before that, I would like to once again turn your attention towards reading, because this is a skill that is so integrally connected with writing, especially academic writing. In a book called Writing for Publication, the authors, they offer suggestions that not only make reading more effective, but also helps us in academic writing. One, developing the habit. Developing a habit, any habit for that matter, is something that requires a lot of effort. As individuals in the academic field, there is a lot of reading that we do. Much of this is related to the syllabus, what we have to teach, what we have to learn, what we have to evaluate, and so on. Often the kind of reading that we require to broaden our understanding, widen our knowledge base, well, that kind of focused reading we generally tend to keep aside for some other time. And it is for this type of reading that we need to develop a habit. And though we may have a lot of responsibilities, academic responsibilities, administrative responsibilities, we need to find some time, preferably on a daily basis, to read books and materials that are directly related to our own specific areas of interest. Then active reading. When we are involved with academic materials, we simply cannot afford to deal with these in the manner of reading, say, bestsellers. We need to engage ourselves actively with academic texts, interrogate the text as you read along by asking yourself whether you agree with the author's perspective, whether there are gaps in the argument, whether the ideas described are relevant to you, and so on. Okay, so active reading is what is required. Reading widely. It could be that our area of interest or our research area is quite narrow, that materials are either limited or at times not easy to access. But if we read widely, we will be able to gain a lot of ideas, and it may also open up new avenues of research. And this is of benefit to us, especially in recent times, as a lot of research has become interdisciplinary in nature. So reading widely, also helps us a lot. And then one more thing, making notes. Note making is something which ensures that our reading is productive. We may make notes concerning the central argument of the text, important concepts, key ideas, their relevance to us, what we think about these, the references, and so on. So these are just some, you can take them as hints, because based on our individual needs and requirements, we can add more to this. The suggestions also are somewhat general, but they will ensure that our reading is focused, systematic, and rigorous. And this in turn will have a direct bearing on our writing. I think teachers of English will agree with me when I say that in recent times, writing has become a casualty, even in the higher education arena. During my college days, many of us were reprimanded for our writing. But as far as I remember, it was mostly with regard to the content. You're not answering the question directly, you're not focusing on the given topic, you're not adhering to the word limit, you're writing endlessly and aimlessly, and so on. Okay. Today, problems related to writing seem to have more to do with language. That is not to say that the content is perfectly fine, not that. But as a teacher, when I go through answer scripts, assignments, and even PhD chapter drafts, errors in language blur my vision of important ideas related to the content. Sometimes these language errors even prevent me from reaching the content. And the student or scholar would have written many important things with regard to the content. Now, this is it's not just problematic, but it's also unacceptable, especially for those in the discipline of English studies. A person from, say, maths or zoology may be forgiven for language-related mistakes, but not us students and academicians. Even though English is a foreign language for most of us, and there are occasions, when our writing is evaluated by native speakers of English. One such instance is when dissertations are sent to foreign examiners. But a more frequent one is when we send research papers to reputed journals. So how do reviewers of native English origin view our papers? I have with me some examples of actual cases of papers and the remarks given by the reviewers. Okay, I'll just show you the responses some of the reviewers have given. One is this. I was often able to understand the logic of the sentence when I read the last word. The authors need to rearrange the components of their sentence so that the reader immediately understands the build-up of the logic. So every time the reviewer, only on reaching the end of the sentence, will understand what that sentence was all about. I have, I think, one or two examples of some of these sentences which I will show you later. Then another response, here this reviewer says the main drawback is a lack of clarity and also chaotic presentation. And he has asked the author to restructure the paper to make it easier to read. The manuscript is written in a very unclear manner, and poor English language makes it difficult to understand in some places. There is one more response, and I'll show you the detailed kind of comments they have given also. Now, when you read this, you will understand that this particular paper has not gone to the reviewers, because it says after an initial appraisal of your manuscript, we are telling you that the English does not meet our required standard, and then the person writes that peer reviewers need to clearly understand the meaning of your manuscript. So your manuscript cannot be considered for peer review until the language quality has been improved, and they have cited just a few language errors that are found in this particular paper. So this paper has not gone for peer review. And they have cited some examples of language errors is concern the use of words, okay, correct words in the correct places. In some places, the style, okay, where a casual style seems to have been followed, and also, there are one or two grammar errors too. And after this paper was written by a very good friend of mine. He's not from English, from the science disciplines, and then, after on getting the uh, response, he had brought to me, and later it was corrected and it was published. And then I took his permission also to show it here. I said, can I do that? And he readily agreed, because anyway the paper has been published, and that chapter is closed. But then, I just wanted to show you that the way we write is often not found acceptable. So we need to start from the beginning. Like, for example, the paragraph, the general structure of a paragraph, how is it? And we have learned about it earlier, how to write a paragraph, how to write an essay, an introduction, body, and a conclusion. Here also it's the same thing. But then we need to, look at it like, in a research paper, how do you structure your paragraph? Um, when a reader picks up a research paper, he may have a certain kind of, or he may expect a certain kind of structure, and we also know about it. Generally, the research paper will have, a title, then the name and affiliation of the author or authors, then an abstract, an introduction, and so on, different sections, till the findings of the research, the conclusion, work cited, and so on. So just like how, readers have expectations about the structure of a research paper, they also have some expectations with regard to how a paragraph should be structured. So we need to structure our paras based on how we wish our readers to locate and receive, information within the paragraph. So in many sense, the paragraph is also like a microcosm of the research paper itself. It can have its own title, okay, and that title is the topic sentence. The key idea that is going to be discussed or described in that particular paragraph is the topic sentence. And then you can have, the body of the paragraph will have more sentences which support your key idea, or your, or the argument that you are putting forth. So the ensuing sentences are like the sections of a research paper. They add on to the topic sentence. And then, as I said, the concluding sentence, the conclusion, which re-emphasizes your key idea and also leads on to the next paragraph. So, just like it's very similar to what we have learned all the while, essay or paragraph, an introduction, a body, and a conclusion. But we also need to look at it within the structure of a research paper. How should your paragraph be? Okay, so topic sentence and other sentences which build what you have been saying with regard to your key idea, with regard to your topic sentence, and the concluding sentence, which again re-emphasizes your key idea and leads on to the next paragraph, because there will be other paragraphs also. I have an example here. We will also look at this example in a little bit in detail. You can take maybe half a minute or a minute to just read it, and then we will look at this particular example in detail with regard to what we have been saying about the structure of a paragraph. Okay, I hope you've read it. Now, look at the first sentence here. Different writers have different methods of organizing their reports, and some seem to have no discernible method at all. Uh, this is the first sentence. We can say that this is the topic sentence of that paragraph. Okay, it talks about writers and their different methods of writing, and also that some have no methods at all. Then the second sentence, most of the better writers, however, appear to be in remarkably close agreement as to the general approach to organization. So the second sentence qualifies what was said in sentence one, but then you also have a link word here, however. And also you see that the word writer is repeated. Okay, in the first two sentences, the second sentence repeats that word. But then there is a difference. There is a shift from the general to the specific. From writers, different writers in general, the second sentence moves to better writers. So it is talking specifically about better writers. Then you move to the third sentence. Again, you find that there is a repetition here, and that is with regard to the word approach. Okay, a similar kind of what do you say, change happening. It talks in the second line. You have the general approach. Here is being a little more specific. So the readers are being guided here in relation to what that approach is. Okay, almost like a step-by-step kind of guidance. And then the fourth sentence is where it says you may feel that this type of organization is obvious, logical, and natural. So here, the fourth sentence, the reader is being directly addressed. And also, the author seems to be anticipating some possible objections to what he or she is about to say. You may feel that this type of organization is obvious, logical, and natural. And then the fifth sentence, nevertheless, it's not universally accepted. This is the shortest sentence in the paragraph. And you have a link word, nevertheless, which is placed right at the beginning of the sentence, so as to catch the attention of the reader. And then the last sentence. For example, many writers present results and conclusions near the beginning and describe the derivation of these results in subsequent sections. So in a way, the last sentence goes back to the first sentence. And again, you have another link word at the beginning. For example, a phrase. So all these link words and phrases also, they serve to show how each word is related to what has been said before and how, things are proceeding. Without these link words, it may not be easy to follow a writer's train of thought. Okay, so that's just a brief analysis of a paragraph. In fact, you see that it's a paragraph about writing, and it is from a book called Clarity in Technical Reporting by an author called Sam Katzoff, who is not in the field of writing or teaching writing or anything of that kind. He was a scientist at NASA, and it was felt at NASA that the scientists had a serious problem with regard to clarity when they were writing their reports. And so Sam Katzoff wrote this. It's a small booklet, Clarity in Technical Reporting, where he talks about writing and how to organize writing and so on. I just borrowed that particular paragraph from there to show how we need to structure paragraphs as we write our research papers. Again, as I said, when we are looking at things with regard to how native users of the language view our writing, and there are several aspects of grammar that come into it. I have just taken two or three aspects alone. And one of them is the basic word order. Okay, and what looks all right to us, it might not really seem so for a native speaker. And there is a basic word order that is followed in all languages. All languages have a basic word order. English also has that. Just look at this example. The students submitted their assignments to the teacher. So here you have the students as the subject. You have submitted as the verb, and assignments is the direct object. You also have an indirect object here, which is the teacher. So the basic word order in English, SVO, subject, verb, object, that is the order that has to be followed with regard to sentences when we write. Suppose there were to be some changes here in the same sentence. You have something like this. The students yesterday submitted their assignments to the teacher on Google Classroom. You have some additional words being added here, like yesterday, Google Classroom, and so on. This sentence makes sense. You understand what is being said there, but it affects the readability, especially of native speakers. So the sentence needs to be rephrased like this, okay, where the word order is being followed in the correct manner. Yesterday, the students submitted their assignments to the teacher on Google Classroom. Because for native speakers, it seems even the way we say, say instead of saying black and white, if we were to say white and black, it affects readability. It might sound a bit strange to a native English speaker. And for us, why that basic word order sometimes becomes problematic is because, as I said, every language has its own specific basic word order. If we just look at how, or what the basic word order in our mother tongue is, then we may realize that we are using the same basic word order in a foreign language like English also. Okay, you can just make a comparative study of that and see and analyze the differences. It is there in all languages. Like, for example, in German. In German, Germans prefer the passive forms of sentences. So instead of saying something like "we have received your letter," they are more comfortable saying "your letter has been received by us," though that sounds a little awkward. Likewise, for example, in Russian, if you are saying a sentence like "the man was washing the car," so it seems that in Russian, if you change the position of the two words, the man and the car, and replace them, you put the car in place of man and you put the man in place of car, it would make no difference to the meaning. It seems in Russian it is like that. So languages have their own different word orders, but as far as English is concerned, we need to structure our sentences on that basis. Subject, verb, object kind of order we need to follow. In connection to that, there is another thing as a writer, you need to decide what is your most relevant subject. Okay, every sentence usually begins with the subject and then the predicate comes later, though there are sentences which are not like that. But it seems that native users expect that kind of an order too. But sometimes, we can follow that. What do we do when there are, when there are two subjects, when there are more than one subject in a sentence? We need to decide as a writer, what our most relevant subject is. Look at this sentence. Particularly fascinating for herpetologists from Europe is a newly discovered snake called the Arunachal pit viper in the West Kameng district of Arunachal Pradesh. Okay, look at this sentence. The West Kameng district of Arunachal Pradesh has a newly discovered snake called the Arunachal pit viper, which is particularly fascinating for herpetologists from Europe. And one more. The Arunachal pit viper is a newly discovered snake in the West Kameng district of Arunachal Pradesh, which is particularly fascinating for herpetologists from Europe. So all the sentences are fine, as far as grammar and all that are concerned. But what is your most relevant subject? So your most relevant subject should ideally come at the beginning of the sentence, because this is where the reader pays more attention. The reader pays more attention at the beginning of a sentence. And studies have shown that readers tend to focus on areas of a sentence that come immediately before and after a full stop. And this is because of that white space between sentences. That space serves as a restful pause for our eyes. And also our eyes are drawn to capital letters. So we need to, use that, or garner the attention of the readers to our advantage. So you have these three sentences. Again, as I said, it's up to the author to decide what is the most relevant subject. But ideally, I would feel that maybe the last one can be kept as a sentence, because it is something new. Also, it talks directly about the newly discovered snake right at the beginning of the sentence. But again, it's up to the individual author as to what he or she thinks is the most relevant subject. Whatever it is, it would be best if it is placed at the early part of the sentence. Then again, when we talk about the subject, native speakers prefer to have the noun before the verb. The subject coming in the early part of the sentence. Among the factors that influence the captain's choice were age and height of the new players. It would be better if it is structured in this manner. Age and height of the new players were among the factors that influence the captain's choice, because they say that it is always better to say what something is before actually going on to describe it. I'm going a little quick. We have one more thing which I wanted to. A few things are there, but I'll just limit to one. How close the subject and the verb are, the proximity of the subject and the verb. When native speakers use the language, they keep the subject and the verb as close to each other as possible, because the verb is what often contains important information. Look at this sentence. Here, candidates with a high rate of intelligence, unusual ability to resolve problems, passion for computers, along with good communication skills, are generally employed by good companies. So, candidates is the subject, but you have the verb coming towards the end of the sentence. It would be better if it is rephrased like this. Good companies generally employ candidates of this manner. Okay. But yeah, it's fine if you keep it that way. But of course, while doing that, you have changed your most relevant subject. Probably your most relevant subject was candidates. Now that has been changed. So you can still go with that, make slight modification to the sentence, or break the sentence into two like this. So candidates with a high rate of intelligence are generally employed by good companies. So other information can come in the next line. So you can rephrase your sentence in that manner also. So these were just some aspects of grammar which I have also found somewhat problematic in the writing of the writing that I get to evaluate. So I just want to share that with you. But also I want to touch upon certain other things that directly affect the way meaning is conveyed. Okay, and let's look at this comic strip. It's a comic strip called One Big Happy, generally talking about these two kids, Ruthie and Joe, and also their families. So here you see Ruthie approaching Joe, and Joe saying that I want to be by myself. I'm a loner. Do you know what a loner is? So according to him, a loner is a person who wants to be alone. Because he says, let me be. But then Ruth, he interprets it as, it is what they give daddy when his car's in the shop. So there, that word loner, according to her, is, when her father takes a car for repairs to the garage people give her father another car to use till his own car is repaired. So that's a loner according to her. And then he says, a loner, not a loner. Again, the pronunciation is the same, the spelling differs. And then finally she says, who would want to take you as a loan? So you see how, when you talk, when you communicate, when they don't understand what you are trying to say, it can create problems, and it can create more problems in writing, because here in this comic strip, they're talking, they're immediately trying to resolve what the problem is. So, and it is said that generally people prefer to talk than write. Speaking comes more naturally. Speaking comes more naturally to us, and it's also a skill that we learn and master before we move on to writing skills. But both writing and speaking, they have their own advantages and disadvantages, but we cannot always use them randomly. Certain contexts, they call for specific modes of communication. You can't go to an interview and say that I'll not orally answer your questions, I'll write and give. Likewise, you have to write a paper for getting it published. So once we write it and once we send it across to a particular journal, we are not physically present with the reviewer to make him or her understand what we have written, to clarify things as they are reading our paper. So all the more important that this thing, this word has to be avoided. So avoiding ambiguity is crucial when we write. This is what it means, the adjective of, especially with regard to language, having more than one interpretation, not having one obvious meaning. So you can look at sentences like this. Students like annoying teachers. So what does that sentence actually mean? So that word annoying, does it describe teachers, or is it something that students enjoy doing? Is it that students like teachers who are annoying by nature or have an annoying personality? Or is it that students enjoy, irritating teachers or annoying teachers? It's not really clear there. One more. They saw a small boy on the hill with binoculars. What are you trying to say? Is it that you saw a small boy by using the binoculars? You saw the small boy standing on a hill? Or is it that the boy, had binoculars with him? It's not really clear what we are trying to say. And these are, all these examples are one-off examples. So, but when they are in paragraphs, when they are in research papers, you can imagine the kind of the manner in which they can be misunderstood. It's quite high. So we need to be very clear, to be given to clarity. These words, ambiguous sentences, they create confusion as to, the reader is not clear as to what the writer is trying to convey here. Therefore, it is important that we are clear and not ambiguous, especially, as I said, with regard to writing, because the scope of offering clarifications is very limited there. Another factor also which affects meaning, or which creates problem with regard to understanding what we have written, is redundancy. Words that are not really required, especially with regard to words, the meaning in the dictionary says superfluous words that can be omitted without loss of meaning or function. So even if you omit those words, it doesn't matter really. And in connection with this redundancy, I also came across two other terms which are somewhat similar, though there are some differences. One is this term called pluralism, the use of more words when are needed to express a meaning, done either unintentionally or it's also done for emphasis, like these kind of words. I heard it with my own ears. Obviously, you will hear with your ears only, not with somebody else's. You will get a free gift with this purchase. Gifts are supposed to be free generally, and it is a true fact. Again, facts are also supposed to be true. So it could be that they are written unintentionally or for emphasis. That is also given. Another term, similar kind of term, is this one, tautology, which has the same kind of meaning, similar kind of meaning. The use of words or phrases that express the same meaning in a way that is unnecessary and usually unintentional. So in the earlier one, it is there that used for emphasis is also mentioned. Here it is unnecessary. There also it's not really required. These are some examples. The incident took place 2 hours after midnight at 2 a.m. It should be either the incident took place 2 hours after midnight, or simply you can say at 2 a.m. This story is the best, better than all the other ones. No need to really prolong the sentence there. But whatever it is, these kind of use of these words can create problems for a reader. This is a small paragraph. Okay, it consists of 90 words, and there are, I mean, we don't have time to go into that detail. There are a lot of words here that are really not required. And so if you rewrite this by removing all those superfluous words, the paragraph would look something like this. And it almost comes to half the size of the original. Earlier, if it was 90 words, now you have just 51 words. So the use of redundant words, they, as you have seen, cause a lot of repetition, and they make the reading very dull, monotonous. Also, as if it goes on in every paragraph, meaning understanding also becomes complicated, and a lot of waste of time. So that is a problematic kind of thing that we need to eliminate in our writing. One more thing before concluding, the length of a sentence. Should we have long or short sentences? Again, it's generally felt that, especially in academic circles, that if the sentences are long and if there are a lot of cumbersome words, they seem to highlight our knowledge. They may make what you have written or make you feel wise and important. It could also be one of the reasons for using a lot of redundant words. But actually, I said earlier also that I'll show you an example. This is an example that I got from a newspaper. Oh no, this is not that example. This is a long sentence. People may be familiar with it. Okay, this is from Charles Dickens' A Tale of Two Cities. Of course, in creative writing, I guess, even if the sentences are long, it's fine. The readers enjoy such kind of sentences. At least Charles Dickens' sentences are like that. But there are other master storytellers also, like Proust and William Faulkner, whose sentences sometimes run on and on to pages. Okay, which can be problematic also for readers in trying to understand where exactly the sentence is really going. But when it comes to academic writing, if your sentences are really long, then it would be problematic. And this is the example, I think. This is the example that I was talking about, which I found from the newspaper. You can just, even if you go through the sentence slowly and carefully, I think you have to read it once more understand what exactly this writer is trying to say. And this is similar to what one of the reviewers that I referred to earlier in the presentation said, that in order to understand the logic of the sentence, the reviewer or the reader has to come towards the end of the sentence. Now, this sentence is around 8 lines or so, and the CBSE policy may not be fair to many students. It comes towards the end. You have to read it 2-3 times to understand what exactly the author is trying to say. And studies have really shown that nearly 90% of people, they understand an 8 to 10 word sentence on first reading. But only about 4 or 5% they understand a 25 to 30 word kind of a sentence the first time. That is without going over it again. So there is a distinct possibility that the longer your sentences are, the greater the chances of it being misunderstood. Now, this is an introduction to a paper where the author is trying to say what the paper or what he or she is trying to state in that particular paper. But it is long. It is around 6 lines, and the author was suggested to modify this, and this is how it was later modified. Now here, the same thing. Instead of one sentence, you have 3 sentences. How we speak and write generally reflects the way we think and act. This paper aims to prove that this thesis is true not only at a personal but also at a national level. 2 European languages, English and Italian, were analyzed to verify whether the structure of the language is reflected in the lifestyle of the respective nations. So you see, how shorter sentences are more effective and also easier to understand. Most of these things, most of the examples that I showed, they are all one-off kind of sentences, one-off examples. But you can just imagine how it would be if there are more than one sentence, or where even if paragraphs are like that, how would it be for a reader? And therefore, to conclude, I would say that it would be really best if, when we write, we think along the lines of a reader. Okay, how would it be? How would our writing be for a reader? How would the reader, want to see a paper that we have written? So readers prefer sentences that they only need to read once, as we just saw. Okay, just on the first reading, they should be able to understand, they feel. They don't have to read slowly, because all the sentences require extremely intense concentration. That is not to say that we have to write in a very casual manner. It's not that, but you get the point. I think if a reader has to read extremely slowly because he or she is not able to understand what you're saying, if that has to happen for each and every sentence, each and every paragraph, then that reading becomes extremely laborious, and they may not feel like reading after a particular point of time. And where this is the point that we had mentioned earlier also, where they are able to understand that logic, understand your reasoning immediately, rather than understanding it only at the end of the sentence. Every sentence, if it's going to be like that, again, it requires a lot of effort on the part of the reader throughout a certain period of time. Again, it can cause them to really put down your paper or your written material. So these are just some of the things that I wish to share with you. I did go a little fast because we were running short of time. A few other things were also there. Doesn't matter. I think I somewhat covered what I wanted to say. These are some of the books that I referred to while using it, and I also made a mention of these references while talking. So thank you very much for your patient listening. I'm happy that I was able to be a part of this webinar that's being organized here. So thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir. The floor is now open for discussion. Any questions or queries? You can raise them or type them out in the chat box, please.
Respected scholars, if you have any clarifications regarding the points Sir has covered, please put your questions now.
So there is a question posed regarding books which can be suggested for research scholars who are preparing for their pre-qualifying exams. Could you please suggest some books, sir, which would be of use to them?
Pre-qualifying exams means what exactly is that? Like for entrance exams and things like that?
Hello, sir. There is one query which has come up regarding books that can be suggested for research scholars who are due to appear for their pre-qualifying exams. Could you please suggest some books, sir?
Yeah, that's what this pre-qualifying exams means. Exams.
Exams as a part of the coursework for PhD.
I didn't get. Can you just? Can you just repeat that, madam? As part of?
As a part of coursework, sir, for their PhD coursework, they are supposed to write a pre-qualifying exam. As per the university norms, they are supposed to appear for a pre-qualifying exam. And mechanics of writing will help them a lot. So are there any books which they can go to?
Okay, yeah. This again will, at least as far as how things are done here in our university, Pondicherry University. The syllabus for this, we call it here as the pre-PhD coursework, is designed by the concerned department. Um, so generally, you have to go according to that, and the concerned, research supervisors also have a role in designing the syllabus. And usually, as far as the PhD scholars are concerned, the MLA handbook, the 8th edition of that is a part of that. And then in addition to that, sometimes, as I said, if the concerned scholar has to follow the APA guidelines, then the APA handbook is also referred there. So, it will vary from university to university. But in addition to that, some of the books that I showed towards the end, those books are available actually. They're available in libraries and they're also available available online. Maybe I can just show that once again.
Thank you, sir.
Once again, I'll just put up that slide, the last page.
Indexed and care listed journals. They also have raised a question about the different requirements for care listed journals. Could you please throw light on that idea, sir?
Yeah. One thing that you need to keep in mind with regard to care listed journals or even Scopus indexed journals is that the writing has to be really focused, and a lot of research has to go into it. Even when you try to send journals abroad, the time period is quite lengthy. It might take maybe 6 months or even more for a paper to be accepted. And you should not feel impatient or dejected because they will also ask for a lot of changes. Okay, changes and modifications. You should stick on to that and then do it. And this could be a little challenging because the scholars are also involved in their research work and there are deadlines that they have to meet with regard to their research also. But even then, they need to see it. You may feel that by the time taken to get one research paper published in a Scopus Index journal or cancer journal, you can maybe publish in other journals. But the value of that one journal publication is much higher. And being focused will also help with regard to the chapters that you are writing. So that will also be very helpful there. The requirements are more strenuous, and that will also vary from journal to journal. Okay, especially when you are going, for research journals from other countries, you need to follow their guidelines very carefully. And referencing, mode of referencing, and the way of quoting, all these things might change, but they will vary from journal to journal. So you need to be really aware of that. What are the requirements of the individual journal? You cannot have a common kind of that's something that we need to keep in mind.
Sir, good morning.
Yes.
When we submit a synopsis for PhD, sir, is it okay to take a subjective approach
Or can we just be objective in language? How should it be written?
You mean with regard to language, with the use of personal pronouns and things like that? One thing that you need to, I am perfectly okay with being subjective. And recently, I also evaluated a thesis from South Africa on language. Okay, and I've never read a subjective thesis like that. But really, if that researcher had not been subjective, I think he would not have been very effective in conveying the kind of problems that first generation learners of South Africa face when they come to higher education. And he had already right in the beginning mentioned that it is going to be a subjective kind of analysis that the person is doing and so on. But there are many examiners who insist on not being very subjective. They are keen on using passive forms of sentences, even though the sentences themselves look very unwieldy at times. They are not for the use of any kind of personal pronouns like I, we, and so on. Specifically speaking, there are no set guidelines for this. But one thing that you need to keep in mind is that even if you are subjective with regard to the use of language and so on, the tone should not become very casual. Okay, the use of words, use of terminologies, these kind of things should be, in accordance with. So that thing needs to be kept in mind. And you should not be very casual in your way of writing. You should take care that that doesn't really happen. I don't know. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
If there are no more questions, we can wind up this first session. Since there are no more questions, we move on to the vote of thanks for our respected speaker of the day, Dr. Vinay Zakaria, Associate Professor, Department of English, Palakkad University, Dr. Dept, Principal, Medical College, Dr. Sina John, Head of the Department of English, all the academicians, research scholars, and students who have joined us this day for the first session of the 3-day national seminar. Good morning, one and all. I deem it an honor to personally thank Dr. Vinay Zakaria for his keynote address on the topic Research Methodology, Mechanics of Writing. When we were in the planning stages of the seminar, we were recommended Dr. Vinay's name for his expertise in the area. When contacted over phone, sir gave his immediate consent this session. I'm sure the session very clear and to the point. It is very relevant Sir began with the basics of language acquisition. He was speaking about listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And then he went on to elaborate about the process of communication through various stages. And here then he was talking about the types of writers, as mentioned by one of the participants. We were all left introspecting about the type of writer we all belong to. We were also thinking about the kind of mistakes that we make when we write our papers. We were given basic examples of
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt. We can't hear anything right now.
The importance of word order and content ordering were also. Thank you very much, sir, for your in-depth analysis of research writing. I would also like to for engaging us in all our endeavors. Thank you immensely to the participants for paying keen attention and also for your lively interaction.
Thank you. Thank you, organizers, principal. Thank you.
The link has been posted in the chat box. We come to the end of this keynote session. We will be continuing with the paper presentation session now. Dr. Neela N will be the moderator for this session. We have 6 paper presenters allotted for today. And PhD scholar, Hyderabad Central University. The second person is Ms. Parvati MS, PhD scholar. We have Ms. Vani S, PhD research scholar from Providence College, Kunnur. Then we have the fourth presenter, Ms. Sneha K, Assistant Professor, Elegant College of Arts and Science, Kodandarappally, Palakkad. Then we have Ms. Arya S, PhD scholar from NIT Trichy. And the final presenter, Ms. Reshma R, Assistant Professor, Yuvakshetra Institute of Management Studies, Palakkad. So we begin the paper presentation sessions now. Let me also remind all the participants that the post-lunch session will begin at 2 p.m. We will be admitting all of you for the post-lunch session from 1:50 onwards. Kindly continue with us for the paper presentations. Thank you. I now hand over the platform to Ms. Neela. Thank you.
A very good morning to everybody present here. I thank the organizers for having given me this opportunity to chair this session, believing that this session will be full of thought-provoking papers, constructive papers that begin. I think without wasting time, I invite the first scholar, Ms. Rukma Prince, PhD candidate, Department of English, University of Hyderabad, to present her paper. Rukma Prince, are you here? Good morning, but unmute and start speaking. I cannot hear your voice.
Just take a minute.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Good morning.
Ma'am, am I audible? Good morning, ma'am.
Audible, Rukma?
Can you hear me?
Rukma, you're not audible.
I'm really sorry. I don't know what's happening. My microphone is on, but you can't hear me.
We can hear you. We can hear you, Rukma.
Okay. So I guess I'll start then. Okay, I'm going to start. I'm going to go ahead and start. So, good morning, everybody. So, the title of my paper is The Hijra and the Hibakusha, Deviant Bodies in Kamila Shamsi's Burnt Shadows and Faika Mansab's This House of Clay and Water. So, a brief word about the authors. I won't go into detail because of lack of time. So, both the authors are Pakistani in origin and they write about Pakistan. And they primarily, the both of them, they write literary fiction set in more or less the contemporary times, and they're both Anglophone. So to introduce my paper, the paper explores the idea of deviant bodies as examples of a departure from the universal normal body that is a product of the intersection of superior strains of race, gender, sexuality, ability, caste, or class. So the construction of such bodies as the other is largely a function of identity markers such as those mentioned and the representations of these, be it in everyday life, literature, or in other forms of art, that contribute to the consolidation of the specific categories in which the bodies are located. So, in this paper, I look at the queer body of Bangi, who is the protagonist of this House of Clay and Water. And the queer body of Bangi is safest when disguised either as a religious man, that is a Kalandar, or as a transgender woman, a Hijra. Next, I also look at Raza and his Japanese mother Hiroko, who are the protagonists of Shamsi's novel Burnt Shadows, and how they encounter suspicion and ostracization due to their status as survivors of the nuclear bombs at Nagasaki, which is an event that is embodied more by their racial features than by the actual injuries, scars of injuries on their bodies. Okay, quickly, the hibakusha mentioned in the title is can be defined as someone who has received injuries from the atomic bombing. It's a Japanese word, and it's used specifically in reference to the devastating bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki towards the end of the World War II. So, adding to the discrimination that the physicality of being a deviant body is the violence faced by anyone who does not fit the stereotype assigned to deviant bodies. And this paper, it traces the ways in which such constructions are performed by bodies that are denigrated as deviant. So I will draw on the work of Judith Butler and study the consequences of such performance, focusing on interpreting it as an indicator of resistance to othering through the creation of certain alternate spaces that offer protection from violence. So the tendency of social forces to create categories of the other, it betrays an imbalance in power as dominant groups position themselves, as we know, as the self to which the other is seen as a binary opposite. So the self and the other here are constructed identities which acquire meaning through a confluence of attributes that uh, that are already assigned to each category. So Butler attributes the apparent rigidity of these categories to repeated performances of actions associated with them. And she concludes that there are the performance of such social identities can be negotiated. Butler posits that understandings of concepts like gender, sex, and sexuality are deeply embroiled in what she calls the heterosexual matrix, which is a set of social norms that restrict gender identities to the male female binary and presumes that all normal manifestations of gender are cisgendered and heterosexual. So the matrix ensures that bodies that do not follow the prescribed norms are made to exist, but in a marginalized condition outside the boundaries of the matrix, but still governed by the rules of the matrix. So, to identify as non binary alone is not exactly a subversion of the power exerted by the matrix because it already allows for such deviations, but just keeps the deviant bodies, in an oppressed state. So, registering resistance will be possible only by appropriating the tools of the system itself to, in Butler's words, and I quote, redeploy and destabilize the categories of sex and the originally derogatory categories for homosexual identity, unquote. Thus, it is by the reiterations of previously existing norms on gender behavior that one comes to occupy a gender identity, and these repeated performances hold the potential to rewire the entire heterosexual matrix. And in what Butler calls the paradox of subjection, power operates in such a way as to not only oppress the lower rungs of the hegemonic structure, but also to create the identity of those that are thus oppressed. So moving on to my text, when in this house of clay and water, Bhangi admits that he feels that his body is nothing more than quote unquote a communal vessel. He unconsciously hits on a truth that's universal to all bodies that have come to mean only what the hegemonic forces of the heterosexual matrix want them to signify. Because Abangi is an intersex person who self identifies as a heterosexual male but is forced to live as a trans woman or a hijra in Lahore's red light districts. So Bangi voices his helplessness when he calls his body, and I quote, the cage of bones and flesh that holds him prisoner makes a mockery of him and his desires, destroys him daily. And before he emphatically demands of the reader, how can anyone be held responsible for the body they are born with? Who can help that? Unquote. Bangi's childhood was marred by being abandoned at birth, presumably because of his intersex physicality. And after that, he was taken in by a trans woman named Gulabo, who takes care of him and he raises him only to force him into sex work at the age of 8. So Bangi's body and his care during his childhood are only future investments that Gulabo makes towards furthering her business. And both Gulabo and Bangi's customers uh, in his profession are appreciative of his body only as far as it meets their needs within his professional life as a sex worker, and the violence that his deviant body encounters is solely seen as his responsibility, echoing what Bhangi said earlier. So, society at large has always reduced him to the specifics of his genitals, with personalities being concocted and attributed to bodies like him, and to bodies like his, homogeneously and without their permission. So, we can say that respectable society found Bhangi, Gulabo, and their community, the Hijra community, quite reprehensible, but they are still allowed to exist within certain spatial confines. Here, signified by Hira Mandi, which is the red light district in the old part of Lahore city. And in such spaces where their actions could be monitored and controlled by agents of the power structure, like, say, the neighborhood moral police or the religious men associated with the neighborhood mosque, who are constantly around to remind Bhangi of his inferior position in the, well, heterosexual matrix. So, Bhangi's discomfort with his body and the traits that are automatically attributed to it is shared by the protagonist of Burnt Shadows that I previously mentioned, Raza Ashraf. So, Raza is the son of a Japanese woman named Hiroko Tanaka and a South Asian man, Sajad, who is from Old Delhi. So Raza, because of this mixed ethnic parentage, inherited a mix of bodily features that have uh, elicited many a curious look in his home city of Karachi in Pakistan. He he got along. We meet Raza as a teenager in the novel, and we can see that he gets along extremely well with his friends, is popular with his teachers, is good in school. But he attributes all of this popularity and camaraderie to, and I quote, a studied awareness, one that he'd had from a young age, of how to downplay his manifest difference, unquote. He's aware that his popularity is something that he had to actively work towards achieving by molding his history, tailoring his multilinguality, and relegating to the background all those aspects of his self that did not represent the archetypal Pakistani teenage boy. So, but we can see that his self fashioning is ineffective to a large extent in minimizing the physical difference of his, well, Japanese cheekbones, his biracial body within the landscape of Karachi, rendering Rasa quite literally uncomfortable in his own skin. So, at no time is his manifest difference more apparent than when Salma, a neighborhood girl that he had a crush on, confessed to Raza that neither she nor any other girl in Karachi, any other South Asian girl who is aware of Raza's family history, will marry him because he could be deformed. So Rasa saw that through this exchange, he saw that in addition to the difference he felt because of his Japanese cheekbones and other features, there was another aspect of his biological makeup that would always keep him a stranger within Karachi. That is his nuclear lineage as the son of a Hibakusha from when his mother survived the bomb in Nagasaki. So soon Raza discovers another place and name that suits him. That is the training camps of the Mujahideen fighters, the soldiers fighting the Soviets at the Afghan border. So the novel, at this part of the novel, it's set during the Cold War when Pakistan and soldiers of Pakistan is engaged in America's proxy war at the Afghan border. So Raza calls himself Raza Hazara because his bodily features, his Hazara, his Japanese genes make him fit in with the physicality of a Central Asian tribe called the Hazara, who are also involved in the war, and Raza takes on that ethnic identity even though he has no connection with them. So he no longer feels the need to downplay his manifest difference as a Hazara, but instead feels, and I quote, the rightness of the lie pressing against his spine, unquote. So the fact that the only means by which Raza feels right or the rightness is through a lie, that is to be a Hazara, to be a Hazara imposter, speaks for the extreme othering that he had encountered till then. So we can see that all of this stems from Salma's rejection of Raza based on his foreignness and his identity, his lineage as a Hibakusha. And it pushed him further into the persona of Raza the Hazara. So, on finding this small crevice in the social topography where he can fit his deviant body into, Raza soon starts living a double life, that of Raza Ashraf and another of Raza Hazara. He does in fact get tired of his new identity after a while, but even describing it as a wearying at one point. But he's unable to completely let go of the comfortable space that being a Hazara, performing as a Hazara gives him. So, like Raza, posturing as a Hazara, Bhangi too was able to find sanctuary right at the epicenter of a society and religion that refused to acknowledge his existence as a person. After being attacked for transgressing the boundaries of a hijra that were placed around him, Bhangi realizes that it is easier to survive under the disguise of a holy kalandar. The identity of a hijra, though it put him on the fringes, the margins of the society, it had offered him some sort of a protection in the form of Gulabo and the rest of the hijra community that counted him as one of their own in Hiramandi. However, Bangi was never one of them in the truest sense, because he never identified as a trans woman. Bangi, the teenage Bangi who lacked the agency to confess his difference from the only family, the Hijra community that he has known, is un, yeah is has is at a disadvantage when compared to the adult Bangi, who is able to subvert the situation to his advantage by holding on to the Hijra identity for as far as it offers him protection, while at the same time disguising himself as a holy man, which keeps him away from the violence that Hiramandi meted out to him. So Bangi retains the support of the Hijra community by remaining performing as a transgender person, but also the green robes and the wise words of a Kalandar that he embodied later on in the novel, um, uh, sort of disguised in what he calls symbols and masks. So this allows him to exist in a religious space similar to one that he would have been accused of defiling had he merely been a hijra, or even if he had tried to take on the role of a heterosexual man, which he was. So to conclude, this paper has attempted to follow the ways in which Raza and Bangi subvert the encoded meanings of their othered bodies to carve out safe spaces to exist in. Bhangi attains this through a performance of piety, calling upon, as I mentioned, symbols and masks to allow him to lead a life of dignity and self sufficiency. Whereas the teenage Raza is able to feel unlike a misfit only in a borrowed ethnic identity, that of a Hazara. So the thesis of this paper has been to offer commentary on the othering faced by bodies that do not that do not align with the dominant paradigms of categories like gender in the case of Bangi and race in the case of Raza, and the lengths to which refashioning helps create alternate identities that preserve the dignity of such bodies while also offering them a safe space to exist in. So such spaces, as we saw through these examples, do not completely subvert existing power structures, but they do offer hope of progress. And yeah, that's my paper.
A well-written paper, Rupma, and from the
Thank
way you
you.
presented, I'm so happy that you must have certainly read. From the way you presented, I understand you have taken it seriously. You must have read the books for yourself,
Um,
played the
I'm
theory.
sorry to interrupt, ma'am, but you're
Part of
not
the PhD
completely
program.
audible.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, now I can.
Is it part of your PhD program?
It is, it is. So I am, as part of my my PhD project is on human rights narratives in
Okay.
contemporary Pakistani fiction,
Okay.
literary fiction. So yeah, this is part of one of the minor things that I am looking.
Okay. Are you familiar with Stephen Greenblatt's essay, Renaissance Self-Passion?
I'm sorry, am I familiar with?
Stephen Greenblatt's essay, Renaissance Self-Passion?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
It would be very useful if you go through that essay too. It would help you a lot in trying to better your thesis and trying to analyze it from that point of view too. You could try publishing your paper too.
Okay,
Now
thank
I
you.
throw the session open for discussion. Is there anybody else who would like to have a clarification? Participants?
Ma'am, could you please repeat that? It was not clear. Dr. Naila, could you please repeat that? Because that was not clear.
You cannot hear me? Any questions?
Dr. Neela, please, could you please repeat that?
Uma, then I congratulate you. We move on to the next presenter. So I invite Parvati MS, PhD scholar, FRU, Hyderabad, to present her paper now. Parvati MS.
Hello, ma'am. Uh, my okay. My paper is on analyzing the trope of wilderness as it appears in the novel Life and Times of Michael K., which is written by the Nobel Prize-winning author J.M. Coetzee. To give a short summary of what the novel is about, the novel is a short one and it follows the life of a man called Michael K. We do not even know what this K stands for. He's more like a Kafkian hero in that sense. So, Michael K has a very limited life or a lifestyle. He is mostly seen in the context of his garden. He is a professional gardener. He hardly has any friends or relatives apart from a mother. And even with his mother, the relationship isn't very conventional in the sense they do not have a warm bond or anything. But there is a very caring and nurturing bond. So this is a loner, Michael K, who lives in Cape Town in an urban city in in an urban space in South Africa with his mother, and then a civil war breaks out in the country. So Michael K is forced to leave the city of Cape Town and to escape to a rural area with his mother so that they can survive. So that forms the crux of what the novel is about Michael K, his life as a gardener, and his fleeing Cape Town so as to reach a rural area. And then he further moving on from gardening to agriculture so that he and his mother can survive. So in this novel, I'll be analyzing the trope of wilderness, as the title suggests. And in order to analyze the trope of wilderness, I'll be adopting methodological tools of eco-criticism. Eco-criticism is a mode of analysis whose methodological assumption is inherently political and is inextricably linked to environmentally oriented developments in philosophy and political theory. This critical theory evaluates cultural texts on the basis of their responses to environmental crisis and their adherence to a quote unquote green moral and political agenda. The South African Australian Nobel laureate J.M. Coetzee's novel Life and Times of Michael K., which was published in 1982, facilitates an eco-critical reading of the text, whose motives of escape from culture and return to nature positions the novel within the strategies of wilderness narratives. This positioning implicates the construction of the wilderness as a place of exile and the nature and culture binary that arises out of the juxtaposition of the savanna, which is the wild landscape in South Africa or Africa in general, and the urban landscape of Cape Town, and the nature of agriculture and gardening as employed by its eponymous protagonist, Michael K. So, to say more about eco criticism as a methodology, eco criticism, according to the critic Cheryl Glodfelty, to quote, is the study of the relationship between literature and the physical environment and follows an earth centered approach to literary studies. Unquote. This branch of study enables the critical analysis of the rhetorical strategies employed in articulating environmental tropes in literary and cultural reading practices, including apocalyptic imagery and literary allusions. These reading practices are informed by discursive structures which construct a binary, nature and culture, so that nature is positioned in opposition to culture. Nature is positioned as something wild and something that poses a challenge to the humans, which is supposed to be surmounted by the protagonist so that he can emerge victorious in the conventional sense of narrative forms. Uh, so this rhetorical trope of wilderness according to the critic Terry Eagleton, is a mode of analysis where the meaning of tropes is implicated within the wider social context. And here, this wider social context is this supposed binary constructed between nature and culture. And then we analyze how the readers respond to such constructions in text. Out of the prominent environmental tropes, the idea of wilderness, signifying nature in a state uncontaminated by civilization, is a construction of nature made possible in New World environmentalism. The construction of the South African landscape in the novel is attuned to the Old World wilderness narratives, with their advocating of the primal mind as an alternative to the alienated civilized mind. So here the old world and the new world is shown in the context of America and its conquest, quote unquote conquest, by the European settlers who first perceived the wild American land as a wilderness which ought to be conquered so as to be made inhabitable. So this new world environmentalism is what makes or what constructs this binary between nature and culture, and which perceives old world wilderness, that is the world which was not inhabited or prior to what was inhabited by the Americans, as a wilderness which is placed in opposition to the civilized mind of the European settlers. So, wilderness narratives, which is positioned within this opposition between nature and culture, involve the motive of escape and return. But their construction of nature is aligned with the settler experiences in the New World, with their apparently untamed landscapes and the sharp distinction between the forces of culture and nature. The mobilization of the construction of the wilderness could protect habitats and species, and is seen as a place for reinvention of values that stand separate from the moral degradation and material pollution of urbanity. So this is a trope we see in movies every time. So the movie begins with a protagonist who is seen as alienated from his urban landscape, and then the wilderness or a rural landscape is shown as a place of escape or a retreat where he rejuvenates himself, uh, gets in touch with a side of his which was lost, quote unquote, lost in the material landscape of urbanity, and then comes back to the city refreshed and recharged. The mobilization of the construction of the wilderness could protect habitats and species and is seen as a place for reinvention of values that stand separate from the moral degradation and material pollution of urbanity. In the novel, the landscape of the savanna offers a foil to the depravity of the urban landscape of Cape Town, in which Michael Kay is seen as an outcast whose identity rests solely on his utility as a gardener. So, Michael Kay is disadvantaged based on his class and based on his race. So, in a society which is deeply divided as a South African urban society, he is always mocked by, or he is always seen or always pushed to the margins of mainstream society on the basis of his race and class. And then Michael K being a silent person who hardly speaks anything, he does not have any dialogues in the novel at all. We get to know more about him only by his actions, and most of these actions are covering from the mainstream Cape Town society, or tending to his garden or the garden he is assigned to because he is a gardener, or then fleeing Cape Town with his mother and then settling in the savanna landscape. So Michael K is an outcast in every sense of identity markers, and his identity in Cape Town rests solely on his utility as a gardener. However, Michael's philosophy of gardening and agriculture is not antithetical to nature. It is not something which considers nature as something to be conquered, but something that can be modified with love and with real nurture and care, and entails the harmonious existence with the ecology of the earth. Be it a garden or the grasslands, cultivating only a minimal amount of crops so that he could sustain his life. He does not believe in using too many fertilizers. No, he hardly uses any chemical fertilizers at all. He is distinctly against them, and he only uses organic manure and other such fertilizers so that he can sustain the natural productivity. He does not exceed the natural productivity of the soil in his garden. To quote from the novel, this is how to quote a line which sums up how Michael K. perceives his garden is, to quote, from one seed, a whole handful. That was what it meant to say the bounty of the earth, unquote. So he is a person who considers even the tiniest seeds or the tiniest produce in nature to be holding a great value, and he cherishes that value and he does not exploit the soil or the earth which is entrusted to his care. This attitude of Michael K is in sharp contrast to traditional western farming that defines home as opposed to wilderness. Again, it's a binary between home and wilderness, and that views the fruits of their labor as the consequence of a struggle against nature instead of viewing them as the nature's bounty. It is a trope which we see in John Steinbeck's novels all around. So there are protagonists who are faced with the wrath of nature, and then they are seen as surviving or fighting against the wrath of nature. So again, this trope or this binary between nature and culture operates in most of traditional American literature. Michael perceives agriculture as a pantheistic and primordial ritualistic practice. So again, to quote from the novel, speaking the words he had been taught, that is Michael K. had been taught, directing them no longer upward but to the earth on which he knelt, he prayed. For what we are about to receive, make us truly thankful. All that remains is to live here in the sense the savanna landscape, quietly for the rest of my life, eating food that my own labor has made to yield. All that remains is to be tender to the soil. Unquote. Michael Key could be read against what Enlightenment humanism prescribes as the civilized mind. So, as we are all aware, it is Enlightenment philosophy that first constructed this binary between nature and culture and institutionalized this binary so that it tends to get operated in many of our discourses that are prevailing since the Enlightenment times. So one of those discourses being the binary between nature and culture. So this could be read against what Enlightenment humanism prescribes as the civilized mind, the one which does not see the natural landscape as a quote unquote consecrated place of oracular disclosures or as a natural sanctuary where animals may dwell in security, far from the havoc of humanity going about the business of looking after its interests, but as tools with claims of human mastery and possession of nature. So these are the words of the eco-critic Harrison. So while in Cape Town, Michael lives like a quote unquote stick insect, in the words of Coetzee himself, estranged from the civilized society, and therefore seeks refuge in tending to plants as a gardener. So most of Michael K's social life can be summed up with his interactions with the plants in the garden or with his garden as a whole. For Michael K., the journey to Prince Albert, that is the place in the savanna landscape to which he escapes with his mother from Cape Town. The journey to Prince Albert symbolizes a return to his primal home, where he acknowledges his insignificance before the wilderness. That's what makes Michael K. different from ordinary farmers who follow a more of a New World farming method first adopted by the American settlers. So instead of viewing nature as something to be conquered, he acknowledges his insignificance before nature, which he considers as a divine force, as a force which is endowed with great oracular powers. So, to quote Coetzee again, He thought of himself as not something heavy that left tracks behind it, but if anything, as a speck upon the surface of an earth, too deeply asleep to notice the scratch of ant feet, the rasp of butterfly teeth, the tumbling of dust. Unquote. So, this lines sum up how Michael K. lives in harmony with nature without disturbing the balance of the ecology around him. His view of the wilderness is evocative of Burke's conception of the sublime, which could be found in shadow and darkness and dead and trembling, in cave and caissons, at the edge of the precipice, in the shroud of cloud, and in the fissures of the earth. However, when one views the concept of wilderness against the background of Burke's sublimity, the former, that is, the wilderness, gets constructed as the other. Thus, wilderness becomes, to quote the eco-critic Cronin, the natural, unfallen antithesis of an unnatural civilization that has lost its soul. It is a place of freedom in which we can recover our true selves, which we have lost to the corrupting influences of our artificial lives. Most of all, it is the ultimate landscape of authenticity. Unquote. So I think I am running out of time, so I'll conclude my paper. So, a critical feature of rhetoric is that tropes are implicated in larger discursive structures that inform gender, class, and ethnic groups. Rhetorical analysis are informed by the methodological assumption that even tropes supporting environmentally damaging practices may be appropriated. The trope of wilderness could be identified as a site of resistance against an industrialized, materially progressive worldview and social order. The trope of wilderness in the novel Michael K. is thus informed by an ideological function which subscribes to the eco-critical delegitimization of the binary of nature and culture, which was put forward by Enlightenment philosophy. The positing of Michael K. as a wilderness narrative suggests the circumvention of the dichotomy between monolithic, ecocidal modernism and which promotes reverential awe to nature, while also viewing nature as something to be exploited or destroyed, and therefore negotiates the nature culture divide using pragmatic and political orientation. Michael's view of nature and agriculture displays a quote unquote Paleolithic consciousness that supersedes the mechanistic worldview and the anthropocentrism of Enlightenment humanism and acknowledges the sacrality of all being. So I'll conclude this paper with a quote from the novel, which sums up how Michael K. perceives nature or the garden around him. Whereas there must be men to stay behind and keep gardening alive, or at least the idea of gardening, because once that code was broken, the earth would grow hard and forget her children. Unquote, and thank you.
Yes, Parvati. The title of your paper is Construction of Wilderness.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
the way you have written your paper justifies the title.
Ah, yes, ma'am.
There wouldn't be doubt how your paper justifies the title. But just for the clarification, you have mentioned a phrase, escape and return.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you think this comes out the character, the protagonist of your novel?
So here, it is true that escape from So here, this escape and return is a trope which is commonly found in wilderness narratives. But what makes it different here is that the escape is not from the insurmountable forces of nature and then returning back to culture. As we see in all these movies, like in typical Hollywood disaster or survival movies. But here, the escape is from the civil war that is waging in Cape Town or in the suburbs or the urban area. And then he is returning back to nature, back to Prince Albert, where his mother is supposed to have her roots. So that is what makes the trope of escape and return different in this novel. Here, wilderness is not something that should be escaped from, but it is something that one can return to as a part of it, instead of considering it as an insurmountable force which ought to be conquered.
Okay. Now I throw the session open for discussion. Is there anyone who would like a clarification on the paper? Any questions? I think we do not have any questions. We don't hear anyone asking. Parvati, on the Thursday, we have a speaker, Dr. Shankar,
Huh.
in the morning, and her session is from 10 to 11:30.
Okay.
And she speaks on spatial literacy studies.
Huh.
Maybe it would be quite useful for your research.
Yes, ma'am. I noticed it in the brochure.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I invite the next speaker, Ms. Vani S., PhD scholar, Providence College for Women, Kunnur, ward of my best friend, Dr. Anita R.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is Ms. Vani present?
Ma'am, am I audible? Ma'am, am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, you are audible, Vani.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. My paper is on the works of Namita Gokhale. The topic of my paper, the title of my paper is Unfolding New Selves in New Structure, a study of Namita Gokhale, Things to Leave Behind and Paro, the Dreams of Passion. Namita Gokhale, to her credit, has so many awards for creating a literary environment in the country. She is a founder, director of many literary festivals around the country. For example, the Jaipur Literary Festival, the Bhutan Literary Festival, and many other literary fests all over India as well as abroad. My study is kind of a feminist study, like how Namita looks at her women, how she tries to portray her women. Women across India, they are bound by circumstance and by repression of untold miseries. Everybody fights their own battle, whereas a few women would like to come out of that oppression and make their voices heard out of the many who just out of the many who just choose to suffer silently. This is my topic. Two different novels who are, which are set in different social strata, cultural backgrounds, and all that. Things to Leave Behind is a novel set in the Nainital, Himalayas, central Himalayas. And this makes a good study for feminism. The feminism, of course, as we all know, is the awareness of the oppression of women. Writers across the globe have always portrayed women in their literary works as being marginalized for no fault of theirs. As Indians, we should be knowing about how women in India, all across India, undergo so much of what to say, how they are marginalized everywhere. So this is a very good read, for very good, interesting study for in the feminist point of view. Feminism is always interesting because it is ever evolving. What means feminism for us in the Indian context need not mean for someone from America or Africa. For them, feminism can be different. For American, it can be they were not given the vote right to vote. That is one very important thing which they felt that they should be having it, and things like that. For an African woman, feminism is entirely different. They are doubly marginalized because they are born as blacks, and they are born as women. And the Indian society also is no exception to its treatment of women. Although in its literature, the women are glorified as the Shakti, the extremely divine, and but when it comes to reality, as Kate Millett says in her famous book called Sexual Politics, it refers to the patriarchal society, like how it's a male-dominated power structure that forms the basis of our society. Millett picturizes this power of patriarchy as like a male-dominated power structure. Over the years, women are socially conditioned to accept their secondary status. They don't question anybody, and they don't go and protest for the secondary treatment. Right from mythology, right from old Indian stories, we have heard stories like girls should be taught to pray for early death. She has to just die early and be reborn again to correct her mistake of being born a girl child. They teach a child to be a woman according to the accepted patriarchal values, to be self-sacrificing, to worship the husband, to serve the in-laws, and she cannot pray for herself. She's trained in every aspect to be selfless, ever giving, and to ask for nothing in life except the well-being of people around her. So this is how women are perceived in the Indian society. But when it comes to literature, they are idealized. They are called as all-powerful. They are considered the most indispensable. Families are pictured as though they are desperately centered around women. They are picturized as embodiment of patience. Even though the whole of Indian society, we accept Sita as our role model, she is undoubtedly considered iconic as an ideal wife. She is also pictured as somewhere as a submissive and a voiceless wife. That is why she is iconic. It is portrayed that way everywhere. Her uncomplaining nature, her forbearance, it portrays Sita as an epitome of patience and tolerance. Eventually, Sita is presented as weak and oppressed. But everyone knows the inner strength and dignity which Sita possessed. The Indian patriarchal society never seemed to acknowledge this fact. I don't know whether I'm right in this statement. This paper aims to study two women characters from two different novels of Namita Gokhale. One novel is Things to Leave Behind, which Namita Gokhale got it published in the year 2016. And it is in contrast with another novel, Paro, Dreams of Passion. That was the first novel of Namita Gokhale, which was a huge and instant success. That novel made her write the other novels, following novels. So Tilotama is a character in Things to Leave Behind. I will just sum up the story of Things to Leave Behind. Things to Leave Behind is much like a psychological study, even though it is a study, it's a story. It's like a psychological study which tells everybody to leave certain things behind. And in the course of the novel, we can see every character of the novel leaves something or the other behind to go throughout. I mean, to further their life, to go forward, to move forward. Tilotama here is a very important character. As some book review says, the novel could have been titled as Tilotama and her life, instead of calling it as Things to Leave Behind, because it is totally centered on this character, Tilotama, who is an orphan. She is raised by her uncle. And and this novel is again a blend of history and fiction. She makes a mention of the Indian freedom struggle and how people were influenced by the British rule and how they suffered and everything. That is also there intertwined in the story. And this Tilotama, who stands apart from the male-dominant society, even though she had her own problems, she was subjected to domestic violence, and her husband was not there with her. She had nobody to share, and even then, she sees life in her different perspective. She loved to learn. She loved to read. Uh, she builds a very strong personality. Her never-ending quest for knowledge made her forget her desperate longing for love and everything. She never even complains her problems to anybody. All these make this novel a very nice study. She hardly, I mean, she knows about the extramarital affair the husband had with some women, but then she enjoyed this state of being deserted. It's because she started liking to learn and read and become and build a strong mental health. So that is what um, is considered the highlight of this character, Tilotama. She starts enjoying this state of being deserted. Her love for reading takes over her boredom and isolation. She chooses to be herself in spite of the innumerable unfavorable circumstances which surrounds her right from her childhood till she becomes a proud grandmother. So she is there for everybody, giving her moral values and guidelines to everyone. And she does her duty as a mother, she does her duty as a grandmother even. She's calm, poised, highly tolerant. Uh, when her daughter again was in turmoil, her life also turned out to be very difficult. There again, she was there. And when somebody questioned the rituals, empty rituals which were followed at the household and all that, she was there to support them, say yes, these are empty rituals and which they need not be followed. And she was uh, um, she was finding religious ways changing with time, and she resorted to many teachings of Swami Vivekananda and Aurobindo. She was also inspired by Pandit Ramabai. So, in her course of her life, she sees so many changes overcoming her, and she accepted all the changes. And she left certain things behind. She chose to leave the past itself behind and to move forward. And when we come across many other characters also, we see one Mr. Jayesh. He leaves lies behind. He thinks hereafter I'm not going to say even one lie. Let me speak only the truth, however difficult it is, however negative it is. Let me speak only the truth. So he leaves lies behind. So many characters leave many things behind and to move further. This character of Tilotama stands in stark contrast to the character of Paro from the novel Paro Dream of Passion. Paro is from a semi-urbanistic society somewhere between Mumbai and New Delhi. So this novel, of course, it is a satire on the semi-urban women and how they take their life. See, she dares down to all she wants is to raise her social standard. She's from a middle class, upper middle class, and she wants to become she wants to reach the next standard of her life. For that, she dares to stoop down to any depth, only to liberate herself from this middle class life. She says, quote unquote, I would awake disoriented in our small all-purpose hall come dining room, suffused with shame and contempt for the poverty and meanness around me. I would vow to raise that mire. I would dream of grace and beauty and harmony. So Paro has the audacity to break all the conventions of the society. She divorces her husband and goes on to have sexual relationships with many men. In one of her conversations with Priya, she disapproves the concept of marriage.
Can we conclude? Can you
Okay, ma'am.
conclude?
Okay, ma'am. Fine. So this is a study of these two different characters, both of them successfully come out of the stereotypical women As Jasbir Jain says, women's movement is a social happening which at a later stage developed into feminism, honed by his self-consciousness, interlaced with ideology. Feminism has deeper roots in the individual consciousness than the basic fact of being a woman. Okay, thank you. I'd like to conclude my session here.
That was a very clear paper.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to have a clarification. Do you think in the book Paro, the narrator's voice is expressed through Priya's narration? Or the author's voice comes through Priya's narration?
I don't identify the novel Paro with the author at all.
Do you think Priya is the author's voice?
I'm not hearing you.
You can't hear my voice?
Yes,
Am I clear
ma'am.
now? Do you think in the book Paro,
Yeah.
Priya is the voice of the author?
Yes, ma'am. Very true. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. But I can't hear you. Now I can't hear.
Ma'am, yes, Priya is the voice of the author.
Okay.
Yeah.
From
I can identify.
we have moved on to womanism now, isn't it? Do you think that concept can be justified through this book? Because for Tilotama, she had an uncle
Yeah,
which
Badri,
for
that.
years that she
Yeah.
should be strong. So are we moving on towards womanism now? Can we apply?
Yes, ma'am. What you say is right. She is always guided by her uncle. And the sacrifice of the uncle also.
That's clear. She has justified the title very well. Congratulations to the guide, Dr. Anita, and her ward, Vani.
Thank you, ma'am.
I throw the session open for discussion. Is there anyone with clarification? Any questions? I call Sneha K, Assistant Professor, Department of English, the Elegant College of Arts and Science, Palakkad. Sneha K, are you here? Yes, welcome Sneha. We can't hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible now?
Yes, audible, audible. Carry on.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So I request the host to intervene if there arises any technical issues from my part. So my paper is based on an analysis of sexual prejudice and hypocrisy in the novel Oranges Are Not the Only Fruit by Janet Winterson. So let me share my screen. Is it visible?
Not yet.
Oh. So is it okay now?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. So, as I told in the beginning, the presentation is an analysis of hypocrisy and sexual prejudice in the novel Oranges Are Not the Only Fruit by Janet Winterson. So, when we hear the title of the novel itself, the first thing that comes to our mind is that it is a Bildungsroman lesbian novel. So let us begin with talking about lesbianism, of course. So lesbianism, as we know, is defined as sexual relationship between women. But while defining it in this way, we forget to point out the fact that lesbians are women who struggle to realize their inner self and live accordingly. But at the same time, they face social ostracism in the course of asserting their sexuality. So, Gail S. Rubin, in her seminal essay, Thinking Sex, Notes for Radical Theory of the Politics of Sexuality, she discusses her ideas about the formation of sexual communities. She mentions that various sexual groups are in various states of community formation and also identity acquisition. The realm of sexuality that also has its own internal politics, iniquities, and modes of oppression. So, Gail S. Rubin, she also put forward the notion of the erotic pyramid, which is a visual representation of the hierarchy of sexual value. It presupposes that society undertakes a process of mapping to identify and categorize all available sex practices, that is, within the diverse sexual cultures. So in this erotic pyramid, the heterosexual communities, they occupy the highest position, whereas at the bottom of the pyramid that was occupied by sexual castes which are despised by the society. And these minor sexual castes or the sexual groups which are despised by the society includes lesbian and gay couples, of course, then transsexuals and sex workers. So these individuals, they are perceived to be mentally ill, of less repute, criminal instincts, lack of institutional support, and economic sanctions. Next, while talking about the novel, Oranges Are Not the Only Fruit, so it can be defined as a semi-autobiographical, postmodern, lesbian Bildungsroman novel, and which intermingles fairy tales, biblical allegories, dream fantasies, etc. The novel that revolves around the transformation of the protagonist, Janet. Okay, so it is her transformation from the so-called binary of normal, natural, and heterosexual surrounding to a lesbian identity. The novel also depicts the reactions of the society towards the changes that happen to a girl as she grows up. It deals with Winterson's, that is the writer's experience while she grows up. Especially, the writer denies calling the novel as lesbian, since almost all the readers can relate with the incidents in the novel. So let me quote the review regarding the novel from The Guardian. When it was published in 1985, Janet Winterson's first novel was unanimously regarded as a realistic and heavily autobiographical comedy of coming out, in which structural elements derived from the Bildungsroman tradition expressed in the heroine's quest for individualization, as much as a feminist gesture of self-assertions deployed in a hostile Pentecostal evangelist environment. Okay, so the novel has semi-autobiographical elements, that is, the growth of Janet has similarity with the experience that Winterson had in her growing stage. So next, the novel, we can divide this novel into 8 chapters, all with titles taken from the Bible. Actually, there is a connection between the actions that takes place in the life of Janet, the protagonist of the story, and of the incidents that happen in the Bible. Sometimes the incidents in Janet's life resembles the actions in the Bible, whereas sometimes there is a deviation of her thought and actions from the Bible. So, for example, in the first chapter of the novel that is titled Genesis, Janet talks about her family and her Sunday routine. Janet, she is the adopted daughter of her parents. Her mother, she is actually a hypocritical woman. She wanted a baby without having sexual intercourse. But Janet, she never felt that she is not a special child or she is not special for her parents. Though this chapter deals with the childhood of Janet, it foreshadows the events that take place in the later part of the novel. Okay. So one day when Janet and her mother went outside, a gypsy woman, by studying her hand, told that she will never marry. The mother is a person who always categorizes things into good and evil. Okay, that we can see in the novel. She never sees things from a mixed or an open point of view. She takes Janet away from the gypsy woman by hearing from the lips of the gypsy woman that Janet will never marry. The mother takes Janet away from her. This shows the mother's attitude of fleeing away from the situations that challenges her belief. Okay. She has her own belief system. She categorizes things into good and evil. If something happens beyond her belief system, she always tries to flee away from that. So this is visible in another incident also. So in another instance, when one of the two women who run the paper store offers Janet a banana bar and they invite her to the beach, the mother, she never let her go. Also, she doesn't even allow Janet to inform them about it. Later, Janet hears her mother talking to Mrs. White that these two women who run the paper store, they dealt in unnatural passions. Okay. This is how the heterosexual people view the lesbians. Lesbians are people who maintain unnatural passions. But as she grows up, Janet learns that there is a demon in each of us, and it is that demon that makes us different from others. So this conflict in ideas between the mother and the daughter is later reflected from the act of expelling Janet from the house when the mother comes to know about her sexual or lesbian relationships. Later in the novel, we see that mother asks Janet to go out of the home when she comes to know about the lesbian relationship of Janet with Melanie and other women. Janet exists in a gray space actually, but this space, according to the mother's ignorance and belief, does not exist at all. So, like the Christ, for the mother, Janet wants to change the world. Okay, that's what the mother wishes. She wants Janet to change the world. She changes the world, that's right, but not the way which is expected and followed by the accepted, what called moral, social, and religious norms. So, being a lesbian, what happens is that Janet feels that she's a stranger in her own land. And this land is bounded by the heterosexual territory. While living in a society which is controlled and ruled by the heterosexual patriarchal representatives, one must look inward to understand and identify the desires of the body. The opening of the second chapter, Exodus, shows that Janet may not always keep with her mother's ideas. The ideological separation, excuse me, ma'am.
Hope you heard me, Sneha.
Ma'am, could you please repeat it once more?
Could you be a little faster because we are running out of time? So it would be
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Let me try to conclude it.
Also,
Okay, ma'am. So the opening of the second chapter, Exodus, that shows that Janet may not always keep with her mother's ideas. Okay, so it is later Elsie Norris who always forcefully begs Janet to listen to her internal self as well as seeing the external world. It is through Elsie that Janet learns about the world. There is a world that is beyond Bible. So actually, this contradicts with Janet, with her mother's ideas. Okay, so mother always used to say to Janet that if you prayed for something long enough, it will happen. Whereas what Elsie Norris told to her is that if we long enough more, what to say, if you think about something for long enough, more than likely that will happen. So while talking about the hypocrisy in the novel, the mother is a person who has this hypocritical nature. She always finds pleasure in hearing the fight of the next door neighbors by keeping the wine glass on the wall along with Mrs. White. So when the church authorities comes to know about the unnatural passions of Janet, they ask the mother to lock her in the room for 36 hours without providing her food. So, though Janet confesses about her sin due to her hunger, she continues to live in her own desired world even after. So it is later she realizes that Miss Dewsbury, she is also a lesbian who's torn between the two contradictory worlds, the world of the lesbians and the religious world. But Janet doesn't like her because of her lack of courage to reveal her true identity to the external world. So Miss Dewsbury, she is like the Humpty Dumpty in the nursery rhyme. Okay, she actually lives in the border, managing both her desires and also the religion. So this again is an example of hypocrisy of the society. One can lead the life the way in which one wants without openly confessing the identity, without revealing the internal desires and passions. The problem arises when a person tries to be open before the external world. She always uses stories, that is Janet, she always uses stories to explain herself. Okay, so the novel is explained in stream of consciousness techniques, and Janet makes use of lots of dream fantasies and also stories from nursery rhymes. So let me conclude the presentation by talking about the present situation of the lesbians. So though there are ample evidences of homosexual relations in many historical texts, our society is still reluctant to accept it as a natural human tendency. So many religious sects will consider such relations as what is called blasphemy. Okay. Many nations around the world are still opposed to decriminalizing such assertions of sexuality. Such relations, they are looked down as taboo and evil. So it is only during the recent years that the various struggles and movements by these LGBTQ and the associated communities, they gained momentum and worldwide attention. So all over the world, there are 29 countries that legally accept marriages between these people. That is, marriages between people who hail from the same sex.
Would you mind wind up?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We are running out of time.
Yes, ma'am. Let me conclude this by saying that all over the world, there are 29 countries that legally accept the marriages between people who hail from the same communities. Okay, so that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for such a brilliant presentation. I have only one clarification.
Yes,
Could
ma'am.
you elaborate on the purpose of Christian symbolism? You had mentioned that each chapter has a name taken from the Bible. Could you elaborate on the purpose of Christian symbolism in the novel?
Ma'am, let me clarify the question once more. I hope you asked about the Christian symbolism used in the novel.
Christian symbolism. The author has named the chapters after biblical verses or names taken from the Bible. Could you elaborate on the purpose of that Christian symbolism? What is the need, or why did the author want it that way?
Yes, ma'am. You're right, ma'am. The novel is titled after the Bible. So each chapter of each chapter of the novel is titled from the Bible. Actually, in all these chapters, we can find a resemblance that the incidents that happen in the Bible and also the actions that take place in the life of Janet. For example,
Is that the reason? Is that the purpose?
ma'am?
What are the names of the other chapters?
The names of other chapters, the second chapter is titled Exodus, then we have Moses, Numbers, and all. So what happens in the life, what happens in the Bible, that sometimes there is a deviation in the actions that takes place in the novel. Sometimes the incidents that happen in the life of Janet resembles the incidents of the Bible.
What is the last chapter's name?
Excuse me, ma'am.
What is the last chapter's name? What is the name of the last chapter?
The last chapter, ma'am. So, Judges.
What is the title of the last chapter?
Hello.
I can't hear you, Sneha.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, now, yes.
Oh, ma'am, the last chapter of the novel is Judges.
Okay. Okay. So now I throw the session open for questions. Is there anyone wanting clarification? Research scholars? I think there are no questions. Thank you, Sneha, for joining us and for a patient presentation. I will invite the next person, Arya S., PhD scholar, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, NIT Trichy, to present her paper. Arya, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible? Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Arya S., are you here?
Yes. Hello. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am? Hello.
Yes, audible.
Okay. Let me share the screen, please. Is the screen visible now?
Not yet.
I have a technical problem. Please give me a minute, please.
You still have a problem, you could present your paper. You could try and if not,
Could you go to the next participant, ma'am? I'll sort it out by that time, if that is okay.
should Do you want time?
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
You're audible.
Ma'am, could you go to the next participant?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Since Arya has a small technical problem, we invite the next speaker, Reshma R., Assistant Professor, Yuvakshetra Institute of Management Studies, Palakkad. Reshma, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, welcome, Reshma.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to me at this time around that you gave me a stupendous opportunity to stand in front of you, my baby, film titled Truman Show by Peter Ware. Let me thank each and everyone of the English Department of Mercy College and proceed. My paper is titled Analyzing Surveillance and Psychological Trauma in the film Truman Show by Peter Ware. We know that everyone in this world are under surveillance. The word surveillance comes from the French word, which means watching over. And the corporate giants of the respective sector trying to infringe our privacy, and this called not audible. Is it okay? Is it okay now?
You're audible.
Okay. Surveillance is utilized by the government and other agencies to avail the information about a body or a person to avoid a crime for a defensive purpose and to detailing the misconduct that is done in that field. Yes. As we know, everyone in this field are in this world are under surveillance, and the corporate giants, respective sectors are also in the they are trying to infringe our identity, and the private safety is in danger. And with the advent of technology, surveillance become a regular, indivisible feature to the society and the culture of citizens around the world. And the surveillance is now an interdisciplinary field which has more linkages and the distinct processes. From Foucault's description of Jeremy Bentham's panopticons reads as, I quote, at periphery, an angular building at the center, a tower. This tower is pleased with wide windows that open onto the inner side of the ring. The peripheric building is divided into cells, each of which extends the whole width of the building. They have two windows on into the side. Corresponding to the windows of the tower, the other and the outside allows the light of the closed cells from one to into other. All that is needed is to place a supervisor, the central tower, and to shut up each cell a madman. Unquote. These sketches the totality of what we mean by the surveillance and domination of the people, and it also portrays the helplessness of an individual who trapped inside the bars of the cage of the institution that we were found. We are under the surveillance of the state, workplace, hospitals, colleges, family, and so on. The information about us are transparent. We cannot hide from the eyes of the camera. The panopticon thus creates a consciousness of watching over the people and forms an invisible bars in front of us. And thus it creates a good-natured people or well-mannered people before us. In reality, it will be contrary. In public spaces, they act like a responsible and well-mannered and restricted human beings. But in reality, it will be contrary. The late 1990s witnessed a number of Hollywood movies which shows the relationship between the representation and the hyper-reality. It includes Dark City, 13th Floor, then Truman Show, The Matrix, etc. In this, Truman Show is a film which got more popularity and was nominated for the several awards like Golden Globe and BAFTAs. The plot of the Truman Show revolves around a protagonist named Truman. Here, the Truman's life is portrayed through the 5,000 hidden cameras, and his emotions and all the other things are captured through these cameras to create a documentary-styled film which announces everything around the Truman is fake. This Truman, the protagonist, is inside a sea haven set. The set is created by the producer of this television show. The people around him are the mere actors across the globe. He's under the domination creator of the television studio. Then Truman is a good-humored, intuitive, bright. Yes. Ma'am, am I audible?
Audible, but voice break.
Okay. A voice break. Oh. Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes.
Truman is a good-humored insurance adjuster with a pretty bright wife named Merrill. And there are two parallel sections or parallel screens running there. One is of Christoph facing the camera, informs all the viewers that this is happening and that is happening. And the second screen, on the other screen, Truman's expressions and emotions like speaking to the bathroom mirror and more cast on the hidden camera, using the hidden camera. For the audience, the title is on the screen that reads, Caught Day 10909. The day of that guy, Truman, is presented on the screen on the television. When Truman tears out of the face of eyes from an ad in the fashion magazine, he is coughing loudly to block out the tearing sound. This is a minute incident, but this is also clearly caught in the camera and exhibit to this viewers. And in the next scene also we can find similar incidents that all the emotions, all the basic instincts of that human being, Truman is portrayed in this television. And Thomas Almer, in his book named Towards a Critical Theory of Surveillance, Informational Capitalism, quotes, although private actors monitor and watch over the individuals in everyday experiences, for example, parents taking care of their children, providing personal information on the weblogs, and using social networking sites on the internet, these acts are processes to which people agree and which involves no violence, coercion, or representation. And this is all the people are agreeing to the privacy and policy of that site or the app which is we are installing. There we are losing our identity, or we are surveillance by their apps or the sites. When the Foucault's power relation is described in the relation of restriction in the analysis of the film, The Truman Show. Here, power is the force of domination and observation on the individuals without their knowledge. Foucault wrote, power reaches into the very grain of individuals, touches their bodies, and inserts them into their actions, attitudes, discourses, learning, and processes and everyday life. Foucault suggests that we have to draw a line security between security and freedom, especially in the modern era of surveillance to watch over the public spaces. And also in this paper, I just go through the psychological trauma of that protagonist that is he experienced in this film. Trauma can be described as a situation or an event which creates a pain or suffering in the minds of the individual. One's personality is an important factor to shape their identity. One can appreciate inner tension in his theory that would drive him the direction of developing, and more complex theory of the defense mechanism is constituting as they would key factors in determining the choice of symptoms or the behavior patterns. In this film, Truman Show, also, Truman realizes about the threat of surveillance. He got shocked and realized about the 5,000 hidden cameras that shoot and produces each and every emotions by the production company called Omni. Truman slowly realizes that he is under surveillance, and he changed all the routines, promises, activities to mislead the observers or the viewers. To escape from the psychological trauma or the imbalance created by the Christoph, the production team, he booked a flight to Fiji, and he couldn't escape from this to Fiji. And then Truman later defeated and broke out of tears, and he was collapsed and suffered an extreme condition of mental breakdown. This is what we call the psychological trauma. His identity is crushed, and he have a trauma in his mind. And when he is about to leave from the virtual world, Christoph want him to telling that the horrors that are waiting outside the world, outside the set called the Sea Heaven set. Then Truman turns back to the camera and replayed, in case I see, yeah, in case I don't see a good afternoon, good evening, and good night. This is a famous line that is said by this protagonist in that film. With these words, Truman is inspired millions of viewers and drums out all the fears and pressures from his mind. I conclude this article by finding so many minute instances of surveillance and how it affects the psychic of that person, Truman, in the same character throughout the film, Truman Show. Thank you, ma'am.
Nishma, your paper comes at a time when the entire world has moved on to online learning, where we all sit in front of cameras and we are not only watched by one listener but many listeners, isn't it? Your paper comes at a time when we are moving on into online existence. Now, you spoke about surveillance as a trauma, as we see in the case of Truman. Do you think it's also a human rights problem?
Ma'am, once more.
Do you think it's also a human rights problem? Surveillance cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we all facing the situation Truman is facing? Do you think it becomes a human rights problem?
Ma'am, it is not clear actually. Hello, ma'am, it is not clear. Ma'am? Ma'am, could you please repeat once more?
Rishma, can you hear me? Rishma, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Will surveillance become a human rights problem?
Now it is a problem.
Because you have used the term trauma.
Yeah, ma'am.
Will it become a human rights problem?
I heard trauma, but it's not clear.
I repeat my since you have used the term trauma, do you think
Ma'am, your voice is cracking. You're not audible at all.
problem in the future? Because you have said it affects the psychology of
Sorry, ma'am.
right? Will the panopticon become a curse?
Yes. I think you asked about the trauma, how it affected the view. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. Trauma is said to be the mental crushness of the individual, or it is about the crushness or feeling the lack of identity.
I
Or
can't
the
hear.
mental think the identity crisis or ma'am, am I audible now?
Yes.
Hmm. Okay. Trauma can be described as a situation or an event that creates a pain or a mental crushness over the individual. Here in this film, Truman, the protagonist, Truman is feeling some uh, pain in his mind because he don't know what is happening in this world, and everyone is watching him, and it creates a trauma in his mind. That is it's something related to psychological. It is the fact that when we know about we are under the surveillance, and it creates a pain. That's why he is affected by the this trauma.
Question was, will it become a human rights problem?
Houston?
Human rights problem.
Yes, it affects the human rights. It is a violation of human right because each and everyone have a privacy to live without any. Uh, we have a private. We should have a privacy in our life. So it affects the human right. Human rights. Right, ma'am?
Yes. Anybody else with a clarification? Well, we are running short of time, so I invite our last speaker of this session, Ms. Arya. She had a few technical problems, so I invite her again to present her
Yes.
paper.
Am I audible, ma'am, now?
Yes.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, but now it has disappeared.
Yes, it is about to come.
Now it has disappeared.
Visible, ma'am?
Yes, visible now.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Department of English, Mercy College, for this wonderful opportunity. My name is Arya S. I'm a PhD scholar from the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, NIT Trichy. And the topic I'm going to present today is graphic medicine and critique of pharmacology in my two primary texts, that is RX and bitter medicine. Into the presentation. This is a very small presentation, so please don't be scared. I'll wind up as soon as possible. For those of you who are not familiar with the field of graphic medicine, I would like to give a short introduction. As I thought, it is the intersection of the medium of comics and the discourse of healthcare. This is a definition given by M.K. Servick, who is known as comic nurse. Basically, graphic medicine is a subset of health humanities, an emerging field of study in the humanities today. Standing and looking from the a pandemic era, we all know how important health is and how important it is to elicit discussions regarding health in our humanities as well. So, graphic medicine is such a realm of health humanities which elicits discussions about health, the discourse of healthcare in humanities. Basically, to put it very simply, Hello, am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Yes, okay, thank you. So basically, to put it simply, it is all about comics. That is about healthcare and healthcare settings, about illness, etc. So, graphic medicine refers to the use of graphic novels, comics, and visual storytelling in medical education, patient care, and other applications related to healthcare and life sciences. It was Dr. Ian Williams who coined the term for the first time during the beginning of his website www.graphicmedicine.org in 2007. And later in 2012, there was yet another a seminal text which is considered to be a Bible of graphic medicine was released as a joint venture of several people coming from different sections of academia, like medical professionals were there, healthcare professionals were there, nurses were there, and even feminist scholars were there. They came together for their love of comics, not just comics, comics related to illness and healthcare experiences. That is, that is the inception of graphic medicine, at the beginning point of graphic medicine. To talk about the scope of graphic medicine, it speaks about the experiential, especially from an autobiographical point of view or written in the form of a memoir. Graphic illustrations, be it a comic, be it a visual mode of storytelling of any form, it can be considered graphic medicine if it is autobiographical, if it is a first-person account, and if it is about an illness experience. It can be told by patients, doctors, and caregivers. And another facet is that it critiques the unethical and unfair or discriminatory practices in healthcare, which I am attempting to do in this paper. And it also articulates a complex analysis of illness, medicine, and disability. Yes, disability too is a part of graphic medicine, and it rethinks or refashions the boundaries of health for the scholars of literary, cultural, and comic studies, because it makes many things, the prescriptivistic or empirical ideas accessible to the humanities scholars. And this has been proven that it inculcates empathy in medical education through its use in pedagogy. In several US and UK universities, medical students are given comic strips and about illness experiences so that they can get an idea about how it is really like to go through an illness experience from the perspective of a patient, from the perspective of an empathic doctor, or the perspective of a caregiver. So, um, for to get a brief idea regarding graphic medicine, the works in graphic medicine, Bingy Brown meets the Holy Virgin Mary, which was written by Justin Green back in 1970s, is regarded as the beginning point of graphic medicine. And later on, we have towards the millennial period, we have Brian Fee's Mom's Cancer and Ellen Forney's Marbles, which is about manic depression, Michelangelo and me. And each of these works deal with different facets of disease or different types of illnesses. Like Bingy Brown is about OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, which you might have seen in many Malayalam movies as well. And Mom's Cancer obviously is about Brian Feast talks about how his mother survived. Not survival, it is not a survival story per se, but it talks about his experience of caregiving to his mom's cancer. And Marbles, it is about manic depression of an artist, Ellen Forney, which emerged as one among the best sellers of the of recent times. So it covers a wide variety of diseases like physical illnesses, mental illnesses, neurodegenerative illnesses like Alzheimer's or dementia, or be it autoimmune diseases or sclerosis, or even disability has been dealt with very effectively in graphic medicine works. So today, the work I have taken for the purpose of this paper is two works: RX, a graphic memoir by Rachel Lindsay, and Bitter Medicine, a graphic memoir of mental illness by Clem Martini and Olivia Martini. Uh, to put the storyline of these works briefly, RX is about how Rachel Lindsay survived through one of her manic episodes. She was very young when she was placed as an advertisement executive in the pharmaceutical giant Pfizer, and later on, she lived a double life. For that matter, a double life. Lindsay lives a double life. One, the covert identity of a bipolar patient, and two, her reputation as an assistant account executive in an advertisement firm. So when she works for the psychopharmaceutical company, she prepares materials for advertising the very drugs she has been consuming as a patient. That is a dilemma. That is a dual problem of dual identity. The identities that conflict with each other. And in order to pay for the insurance, she stays in the corporate circle reluctantly, juggling her job and medication till she reaches a breaking point. And after this particular breaking point, she is admitted into a psychiatric facility. And finally, her experiences in the psychiatric facility prompts her to write and to become what she wanted to be, a comic artist. She writes about what happened in the psychiatric facility and this particular episode of her life. When it comes to Bitter Medicine, jointly written by two brothers, Clem Martini and Olivia Martini, and the problem with their household is that they have the schizophrenia is running in their family all the time, from person to person. They Clem and Liv lost their youngest brother Ben to schizophrenia. He succumbs to death. Finally, he suicides. And just after that, a few months after that, the next person, that is Olivia Martini, who is called as Liv in this particular book, becomes a schizophrenic patient. And the family has to constantly readjust and remodify their habits and life in order to suit this. But just as the title suggests, Bitter Medicine, the medicine has been placed in the very center or as a focal point in these two narratives. Even for RX, the word suggests prescription. RX means in Greek means prescription. So the major themes I would like to discuss shortly would be, first one, the pharmacracy in psychiatric medicine and its effects on the patients, first one. And the second one is creation of neurochemical selves through medication and contested selfhood in these narratives. So in order to define what pharmacracy means, it is like a portmanteau word coined by Kaushik Sundar Rajan in his work Pharmacracy, Value, Politics and Knowledge in Global Biomedicine. He terms it as the global regime of hegemony of the multinational pharmaceutical industry, which is predicated on profit maximization, influencing state regulation and manipulating public perception to their advantage. That is, pharmaceutical industry has become a profit-mongering, a profiteering organization rather than being a service, and that has affected especially the psychiatric medication and all over the world. So I would like to analyze one or two panels from these select textbooks. We have a paucity of time, so I would like to first of all, Rachel Lindsay's RX. We have this particular panel taken from panel is what you call the four boundaries, the rectangular box within which a comic is situated. That is what you call a panel. And there is no literal panel here, but this is a whole page panel, what you call a splash page. And in order to stay sane, in order to stay not as a mad person in our society, Rachel Lindsay says it requires taking drugs. And it further, by extension, the Lindsay should have a certain type of employment. And further, to have with that employment, she has to pay a hefty sum to the health insurance to cover the medication. So it goes on and on as a vicious circle with implications in the social and economic spheres of our life. We have a job, we should pay for insurance, and the insurance further pays for medication, and the medication further triggers us to work more, to have more, to earn more, and to be more. And she has been constantly, her voice, her nature, everything has been constantly stifled in this vicious circle throughout her journey in the pharmaceutical, during her job in the pharmaceutical giant. Yet another panel. I'm analyzing these panels because if I'm simply reading it out, nobody would understand a word. So if like a picture speaks 1,000 words, so that is why I have chosen to give these pictures exactly. So in yet another place, uh, Lindsay, Rachel Lindsay presents herself as in a sheep in a wool's hiding. That all the rest of her staffs, her peers are portrayed as sheeps in different other panels, and she herself feels like a wolf in a sheep in a wolf's hiding, because as a closeted mental patient, it was very strange for her to feel an increasing disconnect from my team, because she is a bipolar patient herself, and at the same time she is producing ads for similarly affected people out there, and they might and she felt like she is ditching, she is betraying the entire people who has similar sufferings to that, like that of hers. So that is a classic example of contested selfhood. So another theory, apart from the pharmacracy theory I have used in this paper, is the neurochemical selves, a paper published by this famous sociologist Nicholas Rose. Nicholas Rose coins the term psychopharmacological society in his paper. And what does psychopharmacological society mean? It is defined as in several countries, especially in 20th centuries, liberal democratic societies like US and UK, our mood, our behavior, and thought are being manipulated and modified by the pharmaceutical companies, especially when it comes to psychiatry and mental health. And this has created a far-reaching impact in the minds of people, as though they are manufacturing citizens for the use of the market, the according to the according to the demands of the market, the neoliberal market. So identity is reduced to somatic individuality. That is, you do not have a mind. All the treatments are being done on your brain or your body. So that is what you call neurochemical self towards the millennial period, or maybe even before that, from 1980s onwards. There has been a tremendous shift from psychological self to neurochemical self. That is, you can become the person you want to be uh, by using any form of drugs. So when it comes to bitter medicine, we see a different picture. This one panel taken from bitter medicine shows the story of Liv. He has generally, these people released from psychiatric facilities have to undergo uh, uh, marginalization in the society. So, yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. I'll just rush through. Okay. So, as a fact, we are all looking for market-based solutions, and we consider market-based solutions as the best outcomes in the neoliberal era. So, to conclude, with its distinctive ways of engaging the verbo-visual apparatuses of the comics medium, graphic medicine disrupts the prejudices of cultural representations and biomedical prescriptivism of medical discourse. That is, you get to know these things in simple format when you read a comic, rather than when you read a huge psychiatric dissertation paper. So that is it. This has, it disseminates the information to a wider public in a way that is understandable to most of the people. And RX and bitter medicine question the exploitative designs of psychopharmaceuticals in a very creative manner. They have all suffered, and from their suffering, be it Rachel Lindsay's suffering or Martini's suffering, a beautiful thing has come out of it. So those are the main works I have referred to in this paper. Thank you.
That was a very interesting paper, Arya. Around 15
Thank
years
you, ma'am.
ago, we had a book coming out under the name AIDS Literature. Now it is COVID-19
Okay.
time, and it is the right topic to be talking about medicine. I read a phrase in your paper called staying sane. Could you elaborate on that? How the pharmaceutical companies take advantage of small emotional disturbances and then try to force people to buy medicine and try to make them have medicine for staying sane. Could you elaborate on that?
Ma'am, it was not audible. Can you just briefly say it once again?
I was saying that your paper came in at the right time when the common man would find it difficult to get the COVID-19 vaccination even. In your paper, I read a phrase called staying sane. Could you elaborate on that? Medication for staying sane.
Staying sane, yes, ma'am. Okay. I think we have an increased pressure from the society, especially that is a market-driven problem of our society, wherein we are all working like machines for for the benefit of somebody else. Especially for the economic benefit of some huge corporates, be it anything. So staying sane, we are all different human beings, and diversity, when it comes to neurodiversity or diversity of minds, are not being respected in the current regime. And pharmaceuticals are trying to create a unified, what you call, a manufacturing citizens for their needs, for the needs of the corporates of to meet the current needs of the society. So staying sane has become a huge pressure on many people, especially with mental health issues and suicides. The number of suicides going up every day. This is what we get at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
With questions? Any clarifications? I think we are running out of time, so we reach the end of the morning session. The session of the paper presentation also is coming to a close. I thank all the participants and the paper presenters for joining us today. Let's move for lunch and come back by 2 o'clock for the next session. Thank you all. I request the participants to stay online. Please do not go offline and get ready for the afternoon session. The speaker of our afternoon session is Dr. Gopakumar V, University Librarian, Goa University. So signing off until 2 p.m. Thank you.
Sir, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Are you reading, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Respected teachers, Dr. Kumari, University Librarian, Goa University, Dr. Sushritala, Principal, Mercy College, Palakkad, Webinar Coordinator, Dr. Prasida G, faculty, research scholars, and students. Good afternoon. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome you to the second session of the 3-day national webinar, PRAJWALA, organized by the PG Department of English and Research Center for Comparative Studies, Mercy College, Palakkad. The webinar focuses on research methodology, research ethics, literary theory, and practice. We have with us for the second session Dr. Kumari, University Librarian, Goa University. Dr. Kumar is head of a talk on information resources and ethics in academic writing. Dr. Kumar has been the head of the Department of Library and Information Science at Goa University. He is presently the chairman of the Board of Studies in Library and Information Science, Goa University, and member of the Academic Council, Goa University. Dr. Kumar has had 36 years of professional experience as librarian and has worked in various colleges in Kerala as well. He has great expertise in several softwares related to academic and digital content creation. Dr. Kumar has also handled several classes in digital content development for refresher courses in UGC HRDC of various universities. Dr. Kumar has numerous articles and 3 books to his credit and has also contributed to Kannada novels to Malayalam. We are happy to have you, sir, as a resource person for the session pertaining to information resources and research ethics, and on behalf of the Department of English and Research Center for Comparative Studies, Mercy College, I extend a cordial welcome to you, sir. Let me also welcome our principal, Dr. Sushritala, participants, and students to the afternoon session of the webinar. I am sure that the research scholars who are attending the webinar will hugely benefit from the session. We look forward to your active participation. Welcoming you all once again, let me conclude my words. Thank you. Now, let me call upon Dr. Kumar to address the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible and visible?
Yes.
Okay. Let us start. Good afternoon, everyone. The topic is ethical aspects in academic writing. Actually, there is a concept of information resources also is given there that if at all time permits, I will talk about that. First, the major aspect of ethical aspects involved in academic writing. That's what I would like to talk about. Any problem with the sound? I think I am getting some other sounds. Is it okay? Can I continue like this?
Yes.
Okay. So I am having my PPT, which I will describe, and then later on I will give some demonstrations of how the universities all over India are checking the similarity in your research reports, and how you can avoid that the similarity or the blame of plagiarism once you submit your research reports. So this has three aspects. First, I will be talking about what exactly is the unethical practices which are tarnishing the academic writing area. Second is how we can avoid it. Third is how the universities detect the similarity in your research report, so that you are well aware of what the concept is, and further you can be very cautious about it. That's what the idea of having this presentation here. So let me present my PPT. Hope the PPT is visible to you. Yeah. It says ethical aspects in academic writing. So we need to write, and for that we will depend on a lot of literature on the area of research what you are doing. So you will collect the literature from many places, and then what you will do is, after reading it, you understand what they have told about the concept, and then you will adopt those or adapt those things into your write-up. And for that, we use several techniques to adapt it. But the problem is, if you don't give proper recognition to the original author, problem comes, because you have to have your own ideas presented in the write-ups, research reports. It should not be somebody's. So there lies the problem. So and moreover, sometimes what happens is we think alike. People will think alike, and then we may write alike. So unintentional similarity also can occur. So these are some of the areas which I would like to explain little later. So why do you go for bringing the literature from various areas? Because you wanted to show that your research is in this particular context. My research is going to be is going to be fixed or fit in this area, because the other research has been done so far. So my literature will be in this knowledge gap. It can get fixed. So for that context only, to bring in that context where your literature, your research can be kept, for that only you are making use of all these other literature. So by explaining the literature from the earlier precedent literature, you can tell that my literature is clearly fixing in this knowledge gap. When you do so, you have to be very careful about this aspect of similarity and later blame of plagiarism. I never will use plagiarism in my campus, because the word is relevant only when somebody complains that there is similarity in the research report, and he or she goes to the court of law or before the police and file a case, or file a complaint saying that there is something, and an FIR is registered. Then only similarity becomes plagiarism. Otherwise, plagiarism, the word itself means a crime. Okay, so be careful about that. So my first slide says, when we think of academic integrity and ethics in academic writing, the first thing that comes to our mind is plagiarism. That's for sure. Now everyone knows. This all has happened because the internet has opened up lot of avenues for access to the literature. You know, when I joined in libraries as a librarian in the year 1984, that time I started my career as a librarian. Then computer was not there. Only books we had. That time also there were complaints that people have copied my book or my poem, something like that. But it was not that extent we expect. We know what is happening now, because the internet and the connectivity and IT, Control C, Control V buttons, no, they have opened up the avenues for people to copy and paste, and lot of things are happening. So the same internet itself is helping the authorities to check whether there is similarity or plagiarism is there in the write-ups. So it is because of the internet and the proliferation of digital resources this is happening. And so it comes to our mind is what comes to our mind is plagiarism. So plagiarism is also the act of presenting the words, ideas, images, sounds, or the creative expression of others as your own. So it is again use of words, ideas, images, sounds, or the creative expression of others as your own. Not only words, but ideas, images, sounds, or other creative expression. If you take up, no, that also is considered as plagiarism. I think I have some problem with the sound. Somebody is keeping their microphone switched on. That's why that sound reverberates. Please ask others to switch off their microphone. It's horrible. Hope you can understand what I'm saying. Anybody is keeping their microphone switched on? Anyway, I will continue. Okay, so this is what it is. Now, plagiarism is the act of stealing someone else's work and attempting to pass it off as your own. And this can apply to anything from term purpose to photographs to songs or even ideas. Even idea, if you take, it's called plagiarism. How bad is plagiarism? Plagiarism is the theft of intellectual property. Intellectual property exists in different manners, and there are still laws for that. So in that itself, it is considered as a theft of intellectual property. It's cheating. Plagiarism may result in receiving failing grade or zero in your assignments. So if you are a teacher in some college and you are asking your students to make some assignments and they are providing you assignments collected from various the information collected from various places, and they submit you the research report or the answers for your assignments, no? Naturally there could be chances of lot of similarity in that, and if you check it for similarity, you can identify it. This is also a serious case. Why? Because somebody, for example, two people are there in a professional course or in a PG course. In front of you, you are teachers there, and A and B, those are the two students who have submitted a dissertation or some assignments. And then what has happened is A has copied something which B knows very well, and the teacher has ignored the similarity in that, and then what has happened is the assignment got sanctioned or got verified and got marks, and both of them came out with flying colors in their results. So what has happened is A and B are going for a job in a particular position, and B is denied and A is getting the job, where B knows that A has copied something. So naturally there could be jealousy, and B can go for litigation against A, where the teacher also has to come and certify that about the similarity. All those issues will come up at a later stage. So teachers, be careful. You even have to check the similarity in the assignments also. Then plagiarism could result in disciplinary action. Suppose a teacher or somebody, we have seen it a lot. People copying, and then issues coming up in our own domain. Teachers, basically teachers in our colleges and universities, they were found plagiarizing, and then a lot of issues, especially in social media, criticism is all happening around us. And finally, you will have to face disciplinary action. The students caught plagiarizing may be denied admittance to further academic courses, and people have lost their positions and honor. I need not describe it. All these things happening around us. So there are two types of plagiarism. One is intentional. This I have already told. And another is unintentional. Copying a friend's work. If you directly copy somebody's work and then submit as your own assignment, naturally it is intentional plagiarism. Doing your friend's homework. Yeah. You are helping another friend to do his or her homework. That is also called as plagiarism. and buying or borrowing papers. Suppose somebody, some agency is there who is doing this work, and then you collect by paying some money and submitting as your own assignments or dissertations. No, that also will amount to similarity and plagiarism. Cutting and pasting blocks of text from electronic sources without documenting them. Documenting, we will learn what it is later on. Documenting means providing proper citations and references. So cutting and pasting is also a thing of what is that, causes intentional plagiarism. Then media borrowing. Suppose you take media from other sources, like for example, if you are taking a picture, a video, or some other content, no, then and inserting it in your write-up and say that this is mine, or you don't even tell what from where you have taken it, then it is called without documentation. So in such cases, it is becoming intentional plagiarism. Whereas unintentional means careless paraphrasing. Paraphrasing, I will tell you later. You do see, for example, you are reading something and then writing it in your own language. That is called paraphrasing. So if you do paraphrasing carelessly, careless in the sense you don't use the things you don't entirely paraphrase it. You will change one or two words here and there and see that the concept is transferred or concept is revealed there. That is not the way to do it. So you have to do it properly. Write it in your own language. Never use synonyms just here and there and make up that. It's not the way. Then poor documentation. Poor documentation means you have to provide the entire details of the source document, including author name, title, journal name, year of publication, and page number. Everything together you have, and that is called a full documentation. In this case, if you miss something, it becomes poor documentation. And another thing is quoting excessively. For example, one student has come to me and asked, I have my research report with me. I made a small research work, sir. I would like to submit for publication. But when I checked for similarity, it is showing some 85%. And the entire quantity of that text, which I have taken from other places, I have provided citation and references. 85% is not mine. That's what he says. And the 15% of the content is mine. So here, what is the contribution of the researcher? It is only 15%. The unique content that is available in the research report is only 15% that was contributed by the author, whereas the 85% is taken from somewhere, but he has given proper citation and references. No, that is not the way to do it. It should be the other way. Means 15% you can adopt from somewhere, and 85% should be your own contribution. I'm just saying 85%. That's not a criterion as such, but just in a normal case, it should be the case. Then failure to use your own ideas. Absolutely, it is required. A research report is from your ideas. You cannot take somebody's ideas and put it there and say that it is your idea. So it makes unintentional plagiarism. So ideas should be yours. So this way, these are the two types of plagiarism. Now, when we adopt content from somewhere else, somebody else, we do it in three ways. One is quoting. Quoting in the sense, you are taking the content as such and putting it there. That is what quoting. Okay, take the content as such and put it. That is called quoting. And then comes paraphrasing. Paraphrasing means you read the content, assimilate, you get the idea, and then you write it in your own language. Totally, you write it in your own language. That is called paraphrasing. And the third option is summarizing. Summarizing means actually what you are doing is you are reading 2 to 3 pages full of the content, and you read it, and then finally you write a single paragraph about the entire thing. That becomes summarizing. So these are the three methods by which we adopt content from others. So then what we will do, if at all you are doing this, what you will do? This is what the next slide is. Methods of adoption are three. Out of that, quoting is the first one. Quotations are the exact words of an author copied directly from a source, word for word, and hence quotations must be cited because it's not your words. It's not at all your words, so it should be cited. Cited in the sense, provide the information about the source document. How to do it, I will show you. While quoting, people copy as such, and it is called verbatim copying. If you are copying as such, it is called verbatim copying. So if verbatim copying is there, in such a situation, you have to put the copied content in double inverted commas and provide in-text citation. Suppose you have content which you have copied, and if that copied content you are going to keep it in your write-up, you have to keep it in inverted commas. And if it is if the number of words in the copied content goes beyond 39 words, it should be converted as a block quote with the in-text citation. There is no need of inverted commas. I will say it again. If the content you have taken from other source is as such you are going to use, then it needs inverted commas. And if the number of words in the content that you are adopting from somewhere is going beyond 39 words, that means 41 words, it should be converted as a block quote with the index citation. I will show you practically. I will show you how to do it. So two things: you can continue with the running text if the number of words are up to 39, and if it is beyond 39, it should be made as a block quote. So I will show you that. Then comes paraphrasing. Paraphrasing is restating text, giving the meaning in another form. So you are saying something in a different way. You paraphrase when you use text written by another person. Rewrite the text in your own words. Paraphrasing shows that you read and understood the original text rather than repeating it word by word. So you understood the thing, you read it properly, and you understood the original text, and then you are writing it in your own language. In such a situation, you have to put the copied content with the in-text citation. So there is no need of inverted commas and all. Only thing is citation is required. No need for inverted commas. So from all these things, you know, if the verbatim copying is up to 39, you need inverted commas, but citation is also required. If it is going beyond 40, there also you need a citation, but no inverted commas. When you paraphrase also, you have taken content or idea from somewhere. No need to provide inverted commas, but citation is required. Now, finally, summarizing. Summarizing means what is worth remembering from the source document. No, that you have to bring here. When you summarize, you reduce the amount of text. When you reduce the text, you take away words. That's how you summarize it. Only use the most important ideas from the source text and focus on key points. It's okay to ignore information that is not important. That's not important. That's how you are summarizing. In such a situation also, you have to put the copied content with the in-text citation. In-text citation. There also you need not put the inverted commas. So you understood. Basically three options are there. First is copying as such, or called verbatim copying, and it is divided into two. If it is below 39, you can put it along with the running text, but inverted commas are necessary, citation is necessary. Whereas if it goes beyond 39, 40 onwards, you have to put it as a block quote. There is no need for inverted commas, but you need citations. In text citation is essential. In paraphrasing also, you have to put citations, but no inverted commas. In the case of summarizing, again you need to provide a citation, but no need of giving inverted commas. So hope you understood it. Then this question is a usual question: do I have to cite everything? The actual answer is no. If something you write is common knowledge, you need not provide a citation. So what if you are doing in-text citation, you don't have to cite facts that are widely known or information or judgments considered common knowledge. Common knowledge. What is common knowledge? I'll explain in the next slide. Mahatma Gandhi is considered as our father of the nation, and the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. These are actually common knowledge, because no need to refer a text to identify these things. These are known to everyone. So it's a common knowledge. So suppose in science or in English or in some other subjects, no, you will have doubt whether it is common knowledge or not. There are two criterions by which you can solve this problem. One is, if you do not know it is common knowledge, what you can do is check whether this content, this idea is available in minimum 3 to 4 documents. Already it is published by people in your own area. You can consider that it is common knowledge. Minimum 3 to 4 documents. If it is mentioned, the same idea is mentioned, you can consider that it is common knowledge. Whereas if you have doubt how to solve it, if you have doubt whether it is common knowledge or not, what you can do is put citation, some citation you provide where from you got the idea. That's how you can do it. So if you see a fact in 3 or more sources and you are fairly certain your readers already know this information, it is likely to be common knowledge. Why I said 3 to 4? Because people in your area of research know, they are knowing about it. That's why we are saying it is common knowledge. But when in doubt, absolutely necessary to cite. Don't forget to cite. So you understood it. No need to cite when you are discussing your own experience, observations and reactions. Suppose you are conducting an experiment and you are describing the experiment. No need of citation. You are going to Himalayas and you are writing about the travel. A travelogue you are writing. No need. It's your experience you are writing. Compiling the results of your original research. You conducted a survey and the data you have in your hand. Then you are analyzing the data and writing based on the data, the empirical data that you have collected. That's also, and from science experiments, the data that you collect and then you are writing based on that. There is no need of providing cite. And if you are using common knowledge also, don't need to cite anything. Now another important issue is padding of bibliography. Padding in the sense giving unnecessary support. So making a bibliography by making up sources or including sources you didn't use in your research. Many people see, initially I also have done this mistake of, see, I might have read some 10 articles for writing a research paper. 10. But to show that I have done more work, I am adding some 15, making it a list of 25 articles. Out of that, 15 I have not even seen. So unnecessary pumping of information into that bibliography, saying to show that I am an voracious reader or I have done hard work. No, so you are making up a bibliography by adding sources which you have never used in your research, and that is an unethical practice in academic writing, and it is called the padding of bibliography. People don't do it, and basically this is an unethical practice because you are misguiding a future researcher by saying that you have read it, because what you do not know what exactly has been written in that. Sometimes an idea which is contrary to your argument will be written there, and you are suggesting that you have read it. That chances are there. So better to not to do this type of a mischief. Okay. Next is plagiarism checking. So I have told about adopting content from various sources, and when you adopt it, you have to do these things. That also I have told. And if you don't do it, the same internet which helped you getting the data from various sources, no, that same tool itself is helping the authorities of the universities and colleges, no, to identify or to detect whether you have done it or not. So they will subject the document for similarity check, and for that there are software solutions which are with the authorities. They are Authenticate, Turnitin and Urkund. After that, Authenticate and Turnitin are, and all the three are costly softwares. You personally cannot buy it. That's why many of the institutes have subscribed for it at the institutional level. So either you or your guide will be checking this similarity, or at least at the time of your submission of document for evaluation, that time the universities check using this software, and then they will provide you a similarity report. In our case, the software that we are using is Urkund, because we get it free of cost from the internet in Flipnet. Why? Because we are submitting all our research reports to the Shodhaganga National Digital Repository. Shodhaganga is the National Digital Repository of Electronic Thesis and Dissertations. It has crossed the milestones of 3 or 4 lakh documents now, completing the thesis in the digital format from various universities all over India. Like that, other countries also have their own ETD repositories. They are freely available. Networked digital library of electronic thesis and dissertations are there. So like that, it is there. So since these documents are going on public domain, it needs to be checked for similarity. Otherwise, somebody else will put it for checking of similarity, and then they will say that this university has done a mischief of publishing data from somewhere else, and they should be subjected to litigation. That type of things will come up. So since we are uploading it in Urkund, we have to, in Shodhaganga, we subject all our research reports for similarity check. So that is what plagiarism checking. There, I think now let us see how the plagiarism checking is done using Urkund software. So I will demonstrate this first, and then what I will do is, if time permits, I will show a video, or else I will just demonstrate it. The video is also available online, which I have created about how MS Word can be used for putting citations and creating a bibliography. These are the 2 things I am just going to demonstrate. First is how we are checking similarity using Urkund software. This is what first. And second, I will be showing you MS Word, how we are using MS Word software for inserting citations and creating a bibliography. So I am closing this, and I will show you how the Urkund software is. But by the way, if you have questions up to whatever I have told you, I am just ready to answer this. Then some 5 minutes we will. You can put the questions either on the chat box, or you can ask me directly. There are 54 people only, so 1 or 2 questions I can ask. You can ask. Any questions? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, okay. So ask me questions. Otherwise, I will proceed further.
Sir, there is one question. The university.
You are not audible to me. I think somebody is speaking, not audible to me.
1 minute, sir.
Please remain closer to the mic.
Can you hear me, sir?
Still, it's not audible.
Not audible. Please.
Yeah,
Hello,
yeah. Now
sir.
you are
Can you
audible.
hear me now?
Yeah. Tell me.
The plagiarism software of the university actually does a similarity check, isn't it,
yes.
sir? So even if we mention a critic's name in the body of a paragraph, the lines quoted or paraphrased are identified by the software, isn't it? So this will increase the percentage of plagiarism. So don't you think this will be a disadvantage for the research scholar?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. This happens. Understood, especially in English literature and all. No, you will have to quote the original text from the source. So, and what you can do is you can submit an undertaking saying that these are essential content that has to be there. Otherwise, I cannot explain my thesis. Okay. So you have to, you and your guide should submit an undertaking saying that we are taking responsibility for the similarity what is occurred in this, which goes beyond the accepted rate of similarity. Understood? For example, if your university or college is saying 15% is the accepted rate, and yours is showing some 20. So that 5% I know, or we know, you and your guide knows that there is 5% of similarity, but we are now unable to remove it, or we cannot avoid it. Understood? And you say that in an email or a statement, you say that this is essential. We cannot avoid, because if we avoid, our statements or our arguments cannot be supported. That makes sense. Otherwise, what will happen is the university is giving you a PhD with the similarity of 20%, where university is becoming responsible. So we take the university takes responsibility from you by writing the this part undertaking. Yeah. Any other question?
Sir, one more question, sir. Can we check our research projects personally through these plagiarism softwares before we go on to do it officially? If
Yeah.
we do it personally, do you think it will lead to problems later? Will there be 100% similarity
No,
if we
nothing
go
like
in?
that. No, nothing.
Nothing.
Why?
So
Yeah,
we can do it separately and then go on to do it officially. Absolutely no issues. No, sir?
yeah, that's what is happening here. They
Okay.
themselves, see, what is happening in our university is we have
Okay.
given everyone, all teachers and research scholars, an account to check their similarity with a
Okay.
cap on the number of documents. Okay, otherwise they will upload everything. So there is a
Okay.
cap of 5 documents for a year. So what we will do is they themselves first check and keep themselves confident that there is no similarity. And first they will send their synopsis to the university and it will come to the university library. We check and give a report. Once the synopsis is accepted, again they will be asked to submit the thesis. And the thesis also again comes to me. But prior to that itself, the student and the guide are confident that there is nothing. And if there is something, they will give an undertaking also. It has something of this similarity, which we are responsible. That way. So nothing. Only thing is the university should give you accounts to check. Otherwise, yourself it is difficult to check it.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think a similar question was raised by one of our own participants. If there are no more questions, I think we can move on, sir. No problem.
Yeah. So I think there are no questions. What I will do is now I will show you how I am checking the similarity in research reports. So here I have the login, the login Urkund option. I am just entering into my Urkund account. So you also should get an interface like this once you have an account. When you log in, you can see the various types of things here. These are all the dissertations as well as articles which we have checked using Urkund. And here in this box, you can see the percentages. So if it is 0, you can see it is green in color. Gradually, the color becomes yellow, and when it becomes 50, it becomes red in color. 32, it was orange, and finally when it becomes 100, naturally it is black in color. So that is the similarity. So what we have done is, in the settings there is an option, avoid Urkund archive. So if you click this, what will happen is, suppose you have submitted something earlier, no, your own document, it will show similarity from the Urkund archive. So better to avoid this. And if you don't want to check a particular institutional repository or Shodhaganga, you can use this filter. You can use this filter to avoid that database. So this way you can do many things, and then the report will be sent to you by email. This is what it is. So you have to upload the document. For uploading the document, you can use this particular tab, and this is the interface. Here you have the analysis address, and here you say thesis submitted by that person. You can repeat the same here, and then you can upload the document by clicking it here. It will take you to the place where you can upload the document, and then click on the submit button. It will go to this, it will come here like this. There will be, again, this has not been given a result so far, so it will come here like this, and after some 5 to 10 minutes you will get a report in your email. I can show you some report somewhere. It will be there. Let me see. I'm just finding out I just deleted something. I'll just say Urkund. Yeah, you can see here 21st. So this type of this is what the report says. This is submitted by this person is showing some sort of similarity, and it says 24% is a similarity. So what I will do, I have to say that the thesis submitted by this person is showing 20% of similarity. Out of this, 17% is from his own writings. So I could identify that this Out of this 24, 70 is from his own documents. And however, the scholar has given some explanation to state that the similarity is due to some formulas and methods. As the scholar and the guide hold responsibility for similarity in the research report, 7% we may proceed with the processing of the file for evaluation. So when we open this, we will come to know what exactly it is. It's opening, that window is opening up. We'll show you. Okay, I'll go for the earlier window that is more easy to explain. So here you can see that the document details are available here. This is where the similarity, each paragraph it takes up, and from this is the source document from where the similarity is there. So this paragraph is actually 84% similar. So, and now if you click here, you will find out so some words or letters might have been, see, this is not there in this. So this particular wordings are not there in this. That is why it has become 85. If it was there, no, it was not there, it would have been 100%. So this way, that is why the yellow color. So if it was 100%, it would have shown a red color like this. So you can see this entire paragraph. What has happened here is, after conducting the research, a student has uploaded the document into ResearchGate. Okay, you can see here the link shows it is in ResearchGate. So all the similarity is from that document itself. And what the librarian should do is, or the person who checks is, we cannot directly enter to his account. So I will just copy this. I'll go to another tab and paste it there and see whether it is the same person. So it is opening up, and here you can see Sudesh Morajkar. This is the person. So I have to check whether it is the same person. So you can see here, yeah, his name is Sudesh Morajkar. So naturally, what I have to do, I have to just remove this from here, and you can see the percentage has come down now. By removing that, it a percent, and same is the case with here also. I can just exclude it. Now the percentage has come down, and this is again an article written by him only. I will exclude like this, and the percentage comes down. And finally, I think this is not his, and it was showing some 7%. Yeah, almost 8%. That is why we took an undertaking from him. The guide and the student has told us that these are essential, we cannot avoid it, so the percentage remains as same, and we have agreed to what they said. That is how the analysis is done. And now in this, if you want a report, you can just click here. A PDF file will get downloaded. You can see here a PDF file will now get downloaded. Yeah, you can see that. So the first page of this report you can keep with you, because this shows that it is from these sources. It shows some 8% of similarity, and each paragraph will be shown like this. This is a paragraph where some similarity is there. So this is basically a document which is there to help you in a future day when somebody is putting a case against you, saying that you have copied or something like that. So you have this report with you, and this will remain in the archive of Orkunda for another 10 to 15 years. So nothing to worry. That's what it is. So this is how we upload the document and see the similarity in the research reports. Okay, and for example, this particular paragraph is similar, and by clicking here we can remove the similarity, so the percentage will come down. For example, some student might have added the references at the end. So references are always found similar in your write-up, and some other write-up, the same set of references will be there. Naturally, there will be lot of similarity. So what you can do is, I used to ask my students to not to submit references. So what do? Is they will give only the content from beginning to end, not the preliminary pages or the end pages. Only the content. There only we can expect some sort of a plagiarism, if at all it has to happen, means it will be there only. So from the introduction to conclusion, That only they will send, and otherwise, no, the librarian will have to do all these things, excluding one by one. Like this, we have to remove the similarity from the document. So references are excluded, and sometimes I also ask them to remove the pictures. There's nothing we can do with the pictures, so we'll remove it. That's how we do it. And tables also, if numbers are there, no, a lot of similarity also will come up. For example, in maths thesis, it is happening always. Maths, physics, chemistry, in such cases, and commerce, this is the numbers in paragraphs, no, they show a lot of similarity, and it is irrelevant also. So you have to go to each table, and the numbers you can exclude and then bring down your similarity. You can avoid also when you submit your dissertations for similarity. You can avoid the tables and pictures and submit the thesis. So that it should be mentioned in the email when you submit, saying that we have avoided the tables and pictures, as well as the preliminary pages and the pages after the conclusion, like the appendices, the references, everything we have avoided to help in plagiarism checking. That you have to mention and submit it. And also you have to provide the full text, the total also, so that you are not doing anything wrong. This is the way to the protocols that you have to follow when submitting for similarity check. Now, any other questions on this similarity check? There is a question, sir. Suppose we are writing a paper on the history of something like a gender issue or post-colonial issue. So we will have to refer the books based on such history. Then when we write the paper, it will be mostly what is said in the history. Yeah, this is going to be plagiarism. Surely it will be plagiarism. That's what I said. See, in a gender issue and post-colonial issue, you are taking the ideas, acceptable, but write it in your own language. You are not supposed to copy as such. Never copy. That is where the problem occurs. So what you have to do is, whether it is gender issue, whether post-colonial issue, or any other, you are taking ideas from that. If it is your idea, agreed, you write it in your own language. If you are taking somebody's ideas, write it in your own language and provide a citation and reference. That is the only way to come out of that issue, that scenario. Any other question? I think there are no questions. So I will demonstrate how we can use the citations in MS Word. Simple method of using MS Word to insert citations and creating bibliography. So this is what I am going to demonstrate. So I have a sample text of a write-up is here. I have just colored some areas. I hope this is visible to you. I'll just increase the size. Okay. So here you can see there is some text in red. Purposely I made it red. And here when I selected it, you can see the number of words is 39. So that's why it is coming in what? Coming along with the running text. Actually, this is don't read the text, the namesake text only, randomly generated text it is. So here what you have to do is, it can go along with the running text, but with the inverted commas. In the beginning and the end, you have to provide inverted commas. Okay. And here there is a paragraph. This is going beyond 39 words. Means it is becoming 69 words are there. So what you have to do is, you have to make it into a block quote, but with citations. So for making it block quote, you have to click here twice. So 0.5 inches away from the left margin. This is called indentation. 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 0.5 away from the left margin. So this becomes a block quote. Here there is no need for inverted commas, but citation is required. I'll bring the citation. And here there is a paraphrased text. No need of doing anything, just put the citation alone. And similarly, this is a summarized text. There also you need not put anything, just citation only. So in all the 4 cases, you have to provide citations, and only in the case of a text that is verbatim copied, there if the number of words are below 39, you can get along with the running text, but with inverted commas and citations. Hope you understood it. Now what I am going to do is I am going to insert the citation. So in our ordinary MS Word, there is a button called references. I'm just going to that. Takes time. Yeah, here you can see there is a group of, this is called the ribbon of commands. Out of that, there is a group called citations and bibliography. There are 4 commands: insert citation, manage sources, style, and bibliography. After that, you click on manage sources. There are something available. I'll just delete it. Okay. So what you have to do is, this is the source manager dialog box. It's called a source manager dialog box. Here there is the option, first item you are entering. Click on the new button. Then the type of source is mentioned there. You can select anything from here. Suppose you are reading a book. Then what you will do? You have to give the author's name. So here you can do is click on the edit button so that you can easily put the last name, first name, and middle name of the author very easily. So here my last name is Gopakumar and my middle or first name is V. Click add. You can see my name has got added. You can, here there is a comma and V, which I have not provided. The software has done it. So click OK. So my name has come here with this one. What is that? Semicolon, and there is a comma there. Now I am typing the title of the book. It is Distance Learning Library Services. Okay, it was published in 2014 and it was published in New Delhi, and the publisher was Today and Tomorrow's Publishers. And yeah, that is enough for a book. Basically, these are the information required. And if you want to know more details, if at all you see there is a red mark here which shows that these are the mandatory fields. Okay, then you can drag down medium. It says actually it is not required in the case. You can type English. Anyway, after doing all these things, you can click OK. So you can see here everything has got formatted. Here it says it is according to MLA style, modern language association style. Comma V dot distance learning library services, and it is in italics, and there is a full stop, New Delhi, colon, publisher's name, comma, year of publication. Okay, it has already formatted. Now I go for a journal article. Journal article. So again, author's name I will put Shala B and K, and another lady by name Radha B. So these people have conducted a survey, and the title is Information Literacy of Librarians in Mangalore City. That was the article, and it was published in the Journal of Academic Librarianship, and it was in the year 2016. It appeared in pages 124 to 129. Medium, it is not required. Then something is missing here in the case of a journal article. It is volume number and issue number. Click on that, and then you can see below volume number and issue number will be there. Yes, it is not mandatory, it says. However, we have to put, and it is coming in issue number 2. Click OK. So that has got added. Now the third item I am just going to add is a conference proceeding. I'm just saying Gopakumar V, and my guide name we have conducted again a survey. think there is some spelling error. Scholarship. Okay. Its name is not that essential. It was published in Caliber 2018 from Chennai. Publisher was Inflicknet. Okay. It appeared in page number 234 to 238. It was in 2018, 2019. I think essential things are done. Now let us see. Yeah, this is done. This is editor's name also is required. So I'll put the name Manoj Kumar. I can use this option control. Edit Manoj Kumar. Add. Okay. So this is the way to do it. And then anything mandatory is missing. No, only medium is missing. So click OK. So we have added 3 things. Like this, you can add any number of items. We will also go for one more thing, something like a report. I'll say I've conducted a survey. So Kumar in first is we and okay. Title of the item is adaptability to e-learning. A post-pandemic issue. It was done in 2020, published by Goa University. It was in Panji. Let us see. Report type is, it is actually a government report. I think I have done all the essential things I have done, and click OK. And if it is a government agency like a university or something, you can click here and put the name here. So since it is not there, I have taken there and click OK. So this way I have added 4 items which I have read for writing this article. Similarly, you can add any number of items, nothing to worry, and then simply close it. Now, this is taken from the conference proceedings, or the book. Let us say the book. So what you have to do, come to the end of this and go to insert citation. When you click there, you can see all those items which you have entered is there. Click on this. So you can see my name along with the title is there. The year of publication is not shown because it is the MLA style, that's right. So what I will do is I will just change the style to APA. And now let us see the year has come. But only thing is I don't want the title there. So what you can do is edit citation and suppress title. Click OK. Now you can see only the name and year of publication is there. So this is done. So this is actually verbatim copying with the 39 words. When it has gone beyond 39, we made it as a block code. What you can do is click here and go to insert citation. I'll say it is from this. So here also what you can do is you can avoid the title. Click OK. Citation is inserted. Then comes the new paragraph. Here what we have to do is adaptability to e-learning. Click here, edit citation and suppress the title. Now come down. This is actually the paraphrase, paraphrased text. And here there is another paragraph, summarized text. So again, the last item. Okay, so it is done. So we have inserted the citations using the facility within MS Word. Now at the end you need the bibliography. Click here and click on bibliography, and this you get your bibliography properly formatted according to a style. Okay, and here what you can do is you can change the font and all according to this. In the same font you can change this way you can change the font if at all you want, and this is according to a style. Which style it is? APA. And if your guide says no, I am not happy with this one, you go by Harvard style, so everything changes. Again, IEEE style. It is a numbered style. You can see the numbers here, and when you go there, you will have the numbers in the citations. So this way you can change quickly from one style to another. Now another question is, suppose you are making some changes. Go to this one and select one item. Select this, edit here. You change the publisher name as say publishers. Yes. AGE and click OK, and you save it. It is done. Now close, and again you change the style to APA, and when come down, let us see the publisher's name for my article. It has already got changed to Sage. All of a sudden it got changed to Sage. So such changes quickly will be visible in the bibliography. So automatically get changes, or you can go to this update citation bibliography. That also will help you in updating the data. Okay, this way it is very easy. Now comes the question. Suppose you are using a computer later on in another system, how I can transfer the, because it is only available in this MS Word. You are using another computer for you writing your thesis, how you will have it. So for that, what you have to do is click on Manage Sources, and there is a button Browse, and you can see a file by name Sources. This can be copied from any system and upload it in your email, and then download and use it in another computer and place it exactly here only. You open this browse button and then paste it here, and then start the system again. All those will come here, appear here. Then what you have to do is select all and copy to this side. Then only it will be available. This tick mark shows that it is inserted. All these are used in the system. Cited source you can see here. So in a new file, what you have to do is you have to bring it here and then use it. This is the way to use MS Word for citations and references. I think I have covered the entire thing, whatever I wanted to. Now I'm stopping sharing. You can ask me questions. If you want, I can repeat whatever I have told also. No questions? There are similar such softwares like Mendeley, Yotiro, EndNote, which will help you in formatting your references in proper way. So that also you can use. I have shown you a simple method of using MS Word for this. So it is possible for you to. And if you go to my YouTube channel, you will. This is available from the MS Word 2007 onwards. 7 onwards it is available. There are several such features in MS Word which you have never seen. I know you people are not using any of these features, but they are very good. For example, to create a contents page for your research report, no, it's very easy. You can create a content page and create its index in another file. You can make it and then update it. That's the easy way of creating the contents page, because people struggle in making contents page. Similarly, list of figures, list of graphs, glossary, all these are possible using MS Word. And in between, see, for example, if your research report has some 30 pages and your 14th page should have another orientation, that also is possible. All these can be done very easily with MS Word. Not only MS Word, there are other software, free software also. They also help in doing this. Anyway, any other questions? There are videos available for this as well as creating content page. These utilities. No, you can visit my website. Sorry, YouTube channel. You can just put Dr. Gopakumar B. Goa University in YouTube. You will get all these videos. That also you can follow. My email ID is librarian@unigoa.ac.in. And my WhatsApp number is 91588354995. Contact me anytime. I can be helpful for you in your research writing, basically research writing, and even in literature support.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Since there are no questions, I think we can move on to the final session. That is,
You are not audible.
to say vote of thanks to Dr. Gopakumar. Our respected speaker for the afternoon session, Dr. Gopakumar, Librarian, Goa University. Dr. Gisela George, Principal, Mercy College. Dr. Sheena John, Head of the Department of English. All academicians, research scholars, and students have joined us this day for the last and final session of the first day of the national seminar. Good evening, one and all. On behalf of the Department of English, Mercy College, I extend a heartfelt thanks to our resource person, Dr. Gopakumar, for consenting to be with us today. We had decided to call upon Gopakumar sir when we were looking for the resource person on the topic research ethics in academic writing. It was then that a research scholar of mine suggested his name, and on contacting him, he immediately agreed to join us. We are truly blessed, sir, to have taken up the suggestion, as we have had the opportunity to listen to you speak very clearly.
I think connectivity gone.
Also showing us, using the software and sentences and also the MS Word software, how we could do it practically. So I guess this will be of great help to all participants. Thank you very much, sir. I'm sure all of the participants will agree that we are taking away something new from this seminar. Thanks once again, sir. I would like to express my profound gratitude to our dear principal, Dr. Sister Gisela George, for the moral support and guidance provided always. I would also like to thank our beloved head of the department, Dr. Sheena John, all my colleagues, other academicians, research scholars, and students who were active participants in the seminar today. Thank you all for making this event successful with your contribution and gracing us with your presence. A feedback form is being posted in the chat box now. Please fill in the feedback form. The link of it has been provided in both the chat box and also in the Google Drive link. Now, I'll just give you a quick briefing about the second day session. Tomorrow's session, the first part of the session will begin with a paper presentation. This will start at 10 a.m. and go on until 11:15 a.m. The second session will be handled by Dr. Joseph Doregar, Dean, Gandhigram Rural University. He will be speaking on shore and structuralism. The post-lunch session will be at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it will be the resource person will be Dr. D. Bennett from National College Trichy. His session will be on post-structuralism. That's all for today. Thank you very much. And thanks for joining and making this academic exercise wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm leaving.
The feedback